bad bitch beside her. A butterscotch babe, tan shotgun rider. She taking off the top of more than just a beer bottle. I can give up cigars, I can give up cars, I can give up drugs to take me way out to Mars. But even if I'm dying on my luck, I ain't giving up my truck. I can give up whiskey and women. If I give you some money, it's spending. If I get down to my last buck, I ain't giving up my truck. 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 I do the turtle tip in the F-250. When I'm working wood, where they all call me Ken Riff. I bought the TLTRX down Biloxi, Mississippi. I mix the cream soda with the creek water whiskey. The tangerine Tacoma when I'm down in Arizona. I can't fit in a loner, I go bury my aroma. Don't ask what's in my cup, and I ain't giving up my truck. Got me fucked up. I can give up whiskey and women. If I give you some money, it's spending. If I get down to my last buck, I ain't giving up my truck. 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 I ain't giving up my truck.
Son of a bitch. Started playing again. Oh. Hey, what's going on, guys? Nice for y'all to stop by. Oh, man, I've been waiting all day for this. Doing this stream today. I've been so excited. Oh, man. Good old Riff Raff. You can shout out to MC Sleeves for that intro. That was a good one. Love it. Oh, man. What's going on, y'all? What's up? Let's see who's all in here. Hey, James Cook, MC Sleeves, Daycon vs. Dark, Mandy S, Bunny. Nice for y'all to stop by. Man, I love country rap. I love it. Love that shit. Been waiting all day. Oh, I already cracked them open. I cracked my second tall boy right now open. Oh man. Once when the call starts going, I'll be grabbing some more here. Oh yeah. So let's get started, y'all. So today I got a lot of good stuff. I actually took the time and put together a lot of me personally, I'm pretty proud of myself for this one. And I normally don't say that a lot. So I'm pretty proud of this stream tonight. So I'm pretty excited for some of the stuff I got in store for us. So I think I can't decide what to start off with though. Well, it's all gonna be pretty. This will give you guys everyone a fair warning, like always. This is going to be a viewer discretion is advised stream today. Stop. Damn it. Sorry, I have a very needy cat right now. Let's start spooky. Let's go a little crazy and then flip flop. Let's start today with let's start with this one. Feral people hunt teen hiker.
Then he starts.
This is an intense one, y'all. So just to give you a fair warning. Yes, you heard that right. Feral people. There are feral people here in the States. And yeah. So, anyways, here we go.
In 2008, a teenager was hiking through a very dense forest in Northern California when he decided to stop and make camp for the night. He walked several hundred feet.
Hey, SJB Dweller. Nice for everyone to stop by.
Off the main trail into the forest, where he
God damn
found
it.
a small clearing, and there he would set up his tent and he would climb inside and go to sleep. A few hours later, he would wake up because he thought he heard something outside of his tent. But there were no windows on his tent, and it was totally pitch black outside, so he can't see anything. And so he's just laying there listening, trying to discern what's going on outside.
I'm not kidding. This one, it gets my anxiety going through the roof with this one. So yeah.
And as he's laying there, he hears it again. And it's the sound of footsteps slowly approaching his tent. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please hide a Bluetooth speaker in the like button's bedroom, and then proceed to play Siberian Husky screaming audio at full volume all night long. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. In 2007, the now famous cult classic movie, Into the Wild, was released to movie theaters for the first time. The movie, which is based on a true story, centers on the life of a young man named Christopher McCandless. In 1990, Christopher graduated from a really good school with honors, and by all accounts, he could have gone on to get a really good, high-paying job, but Christopher didn't want a job. He wanted freedom. And so without telling his parents, because they would not have been happy about this idea, he gave away all of his possessions, he gave all his money to charity, and he headed off to Alaska to live off the grid by himself. He eventually...
I'm sorry, guys. I had to sprint all the way downstairs to grab some beers. Priorities.
would find this rusted out old city bus in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness, and he would make this bus his shelter, and he would live inside of this bus for 113 days before he unfortunately died of starvation. While Christopher's story is obviously tragic, the movie about his life, Into the Wild, really focuses on Christopher's unrelenting spirit and his constant drive towards getting the thing he wants the most, which is freedom. And so at the end of this movie, the audience is left feeling not sad, but inspired. Inspired to take big risks in life and seek out adventure before it's too late. One audience member who was totally inspired by Christopher McCandless's life story was an 18-year-old young man named Matt Higgins who lived in Oregon. Matt was about to graduate high school, and unlike a lot of his peers, he had no idea what he should do after graduation, whether it was get a job or go to school. But after watching Into the Wild, a third option appeared to him, which was to head off into the wild, just like Christopher McCandless had done, except not permanently.
Dude, this is exactly what it's like. Meeting in someone's basement, just watching fucking videos. Fucking loved it.
Matt quickly fell in love with this option. He viewed it as a chance to kind of take a break from reality and go find himself, and then at the end of his stint in the wild, he could come
I've never seen that movie, Into the Wild.
back and, get a job
I
or go to school.
I would like
and
to.
so Matt's official Into the Wild plan was that he would graduate in 2007, and then in the spring of 2008, he would hike the entirety of the California section of the infamously rugged and beautiful Pacific Crest Trail. And he would do this all on his own. This section of the Pacific Crest Trail that he planned on hiking was roughly 1,700 miles long. It began on the border of Mexico in Southern California, and it wound its way north.
Gypsies are crazier. Those people are crazy, the gypsies.
north up to the border of Oregon. The trail cut through deserts and up and over mountains, and there was lots of dangerous wildlife to contend with. And on top of that, there were many points along this trail where hikers were very isolated. They were not anywhere near civilization, and so if anything were to happen to them, they'd be on their own. And so naturally, this hike was not a beginner hike. However, Matt was not a beginner hiker. He had grown up hiking and camping all over Oregon and the western United States. He had spent time.
Exactly. Sometimes staying inside is just okay. Just fuck it. Never been hiking. Let's fuck it. Let's go. Let's do it.
In totally well-marked and safe areas, and he had also spent time hiking around.
Dude, have you guys ever seen this video? I think it's like in Colorado or something. This hiker ran across a mama, mountain lion here, and the cubs. This hiker did everything right, but good God, it's intense. This is what you exactly do when you encounter a mountain lion in the wild. Is what this guy did. He did everything correct, except he didn't have a handgun. Which he even in the video, I think he said, he was like, God damn it, I left it in the car or something.
Very dangerous and isolated areas where there were cougars and bears and unmarked cliffs everywhere. And so Matt...
The majority of the time, mountain lions will not do this to humans, to people. They just want to avoid the fuck out of them. But like with any animal that is a mother with cubs, whatever, they're going to be extremely protective of them. So, I mean, it's the risk you take while hiking.
Felt like with his experience in the outdoors, he was perfectly suited to take on this big of an adventure.
Yep, exactly. Wrong place, wrong time. That's exactly what it is.
However, something was going to happen to him while he was out on the Pacific Crest Trail that no amount of hiking or camping experience could have prepared him for. So Matt graduated from high school in 2007, and in keeping with his plan, in the spring of 2008, he packed up his stuff, he headed to the airport, and he flew south to Southern California. And when he got there, he made his way all the way south to the border of Mexico, and there he picked up the start of the Pacific Crest Trail, and he began heading north.
Really,
For the
SJB?
first few weeks of his hike, Matt would spend the entire day hiking as far as his
your
body
uncle
would allow him,
gets to hunt
and then at night, when
lions.
it got too dark or when he
Gets
got
paid
too
to
tired,
hunt lions.
he would just set up his campsite right off the edge of the trail, and then after a quick bite to eat, he'd climb inside of his tent and he'd go to sleep. And then the next day, he'd get up early and he'd do it all over again. During those first few weeks, the only real adversity that Matt ever faced, beyond just kind of normal fatigue from long-distance hiking, was at one point he got a little dehydrated, and another time he almost stepped on a rattlesnake. So besides those two things, really the hike had actually been fairly routine by Matt's standards. But when he reached the Lassen National Forest, which is a very...
Hey, Denise Sinclair. Nice for you to stop by.
dense forest in Northern California, located about 150 miles from the end of his hike, so the border of Oregon. When he got there, this hike of his would become anything but routine.
I see.
Not long after stepping foot in Lassen Forest,
Yeah,
Matt found
hand
himself
gesture.
walking along this winding dirt path where the trees on both sides of this path were pressed tightly up against the edges of this trail.
This is
And
right
because of how densely
there.
packed the trees were together, it was almost like he had these walls on either side of him that extended 100 feet into the air. And so it was very quiet and it was very dark as he was walking along, but Matt was enjoying it. All he could hear was the chirping of birds and the insects buzzing around him. It was peaceful. And so Matt's just kind of meandering his way through the forest. He's in no rush. And at some point, the trail he was on banked hard to the right. And so he makes this turn, and as he does, he looks up, and what he sees kind of startles him. About 20 feet away from him, off to the right side of the trail, is this big boulder, and sitting on this boulder are two middle-aged people, a man and a woman. They were both dressed head to toe in white. They both looked very dirty and disheveled. The man had this big, unkempt
How's my
beard,
hair?
and both of them were just staring daggers at Matt. And so
How's my hair, y'all?
Matt felt awkward and he immediately looked down as he continued walking towards them. But as he got within a few feet, he looked up and kind of awkwardly smiled at them and waved and said hi, and they didn't respond. They just continued to stare at him with no discernible expression on their face, and they watched him as he walked right past.
That's like one of those, it's like very unsettling, easy moments that you have as a person. Like if like interacting with someone, like you waving at them, or just saying, like if you're hiking and just happen to run by people and be like, and they're coming the opposite way from you, and you go, "Hey, how you doing?" And then all of a sudden they're just like, "Meh," just like it's like, "All right, I guess I could just go fuck off." I guess it's just so awkward. It's like, hey, like sometimes I'll go, "Hey, how you doing?" Like on a hike or something, and then someone won't answer you, and then it's like, "All right, I'll just go fuck off." Jesus Christ.
And so after Matt,
But then running into like people like feral people, that's I don't even know. Never ran into one before.
walked past these two people in white, he felt really uncomfortable because he knew they were still definitely staring at him as he walked away, and he didn't.
It's your senses telling you, bro, there is something. Like, even with people you meet or like just see, like your senses know. It's like if you get an unsettling feeling about someone, it's usually right.
Didn't want to turn around and meet their eye contact. And so he's just kind of walking away, feeling that uncomfortable feeling of someone staring
Oh
at
God,
him.
that's so.
And he's thinking to
Yeah,
himself,
it's so uncomfortable.
why didn't they at least wave or acknowledge him in
Yeah,
some way?
it's
Especially
so-
considering the fact that on the Pacific Crest Trail, people go days without seeing other people. Matt, in fact, had not
Hey, 80s girl, nice for you to stop by.
seen another person in days until he saw these two. And so he's thinking, how rude is that to just completely not react when another person walks past you on this trail? But Matt told himself, you know what? I don't know these people. I don't know what their issues are. For all I know, they're foreign and they didn't understand what I said. And so maybe that's why they didn't say hello back. Who knows? But you know what? It's none of my business. And so Matt just continued walking along. He never turned around to look back at these two people in white. He just carried on. A few hours later, when the sun was starting to set, Matt was still walking along this winding trail with these huge trees on either side of him. And so visibility
I've heard Dustin McFederick wants to shave someone down there.
was getting pretty poor. And so he began.
Oh, thank you for the sweater, but it's not a sweater, it's a hoodie that I'm wearing right now. I was trying to get like pretty like fresh looking, like pretty fly looking here. It's a Nike hoodie. Fucking digging it. Fucking love it.
And looking for a place to make his camp. But because of how close these trees were to the edge of this trail, and considering how dense these trees were, there was no spot for him to make his campsite with.
Oh, there he is, Ricky Spanish. There he is. Nice for you to stall by. Wish you could have stayed by homie.
Without completely blocking the trail. And Matt did not want to block the trail for other people, and so what he did is he left the trail and he walked 300 feet or so.
Oh, God damn it. Hey, how's the loser? Nice for you to stop by. I always, like, somehow, like, blow over you. Like, and it's not intentional either. Like, I swear to God, it's not. It's like I've seen you, and then I, like, brain fart.
Into these thick trees.
Oh my God, it's embarrassing. I am so sorry, my bad.
Once it was all set up, he made some food for himself on his little stove, and then after he was done eating, he packaged up all of his leftover food inside of a waterproof bag, and he sealed that up, and then he tied some cord to the bag and threw the bag up and over a branch of a nearby tree and kind of tied it off so the bag was sitting well off the ground.
Okay.
This was to make sure no bears.
No
could get to his
bears.
food.
Yeah.
And so after his leftovers were secured high up in a tree, it was totally pitch black outside. And so Matt just climbed into his tent, he zipped it up, climbed into his sleeping bag, and he fell asleep. The next morning, Matt got up right as the sun was starting to rise, and so it was still pretty dark outside, but there was a little bit of light. And so Matt unzipped his tent, and he looked outside.
Hey,
and
Kimmy!
the first thing he noticed was his bag of food that he had put up in the tree was gone.
Hunter Losers, good to see you again, my friend. Thanks for everyone stopping by.
And so
Love
Matt
you
stepped
guys.
out of his tent, and he looked around.
Falcor Cartel is always fun to have around. Love you guys.
thinking, maybe it fell to the ground or something, but it wasn't there. It was just gone. And so Matt thought,
What?
put up in the tree, was gone. And so Matt stepped out of his tent and he looked around thinking, maybe it fell to the ground or something, but it wasn't there. It was just gone. And so Matt thought to himself, I didn't hear anything last night, but I guess a bear must have come into the campsite, found the food, and run off with it. And so Matt began walking over to the tree where he had strung the food.
You can't hear a bear walking in the woods.
On the ground.
They're so quiet.
To confirm his theory that was who took his food. And so he walks over, he's looking around, he doesn't see any bear prints, but he does see 2 sets of human boot prints, neither of which were his. And before he could even process that, he realized these prints, these human prints, were not just underneath this tree where the food was. These prints, as he looked around him, extended all the way up to his tent and all around his tent and all over his campsite. And so as Matt is looking at this...
Bro, without hearing that shit, that's eerie as shit. God damn.
Crazy trail of human prints all over the place, he's thinking to himself,
that's why I'm sorry if you don't believe it, but this is why you have to, if you're hiking or camping in the woods, you just pack some fucking heat on you.
How is this possible? I went to bed last night when it was already pitch black outside, and I got up basically.
I get it too, some parks do not allow it, but I mean, if you can, pack some fucking heat. Or at least have a bow. Have a majority of the places don't say anything about a bow. So, just saying. Or keep a knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Keep a knife on you.
Right at sunrise, so it was still dark outside. So these 2 people that were walking all over my campsite and cutting my food down, they somehow navigated here 300 feet off the main trail in the middle of nowhere. They navigated here in total pitch blackness.
Yeah, here, I'll give you a fucking arm. You can choke. And a kind of choke. Triangle chokehold.
Did it silently without waking me up. How is that even possible? And so after running through this thought process, Matt realized the only logical conclusion was that the 2 people he saw on the rock, the people in white, had followed him after seeing him. They saw where he left the trail, and they had waited until he fell asleep and then snuck out and robbed him. As Matt's thinking about this, he suddenly realized that maybe they're still around. Maybe he's still being watched. And so he began whipping his head around, looking in all directions, almost expecting to see the man and the woman in
eerie as shit too. Like if you were glancing around just thinking of that too, and then all of a sudden just fucking seeing them, I'd be like, fuck that.
white kind of poking out from behind a tree. But when he looked around, he couldn't see anyone. However, he started to get that sense that he was being watched. And so feeling really uncomfortable, he quickly packed up his campsite and walked as quickly and calmly as he could toward the trail. And as he walked, he kept thinking to himself that these people are going to jump out from behind a tree, or they're going to...
Oh, shit, one of those weirdos. What's up, homie? Didn't see you jump in there. Nice for you to stop by.
Grab me from behind, and so he's walking faster and faster and faster, and he finally gets to the trail, and he looks down the trail and up the trail, and looks all around. He doesn't see anybody, and so he tells himself, okay, they're gone.
Easy.
So he took a deep breath, he composed himself, and he started walking north again along the trail. Matt walked for several hours, periodically looking over his shoulder, again, expecting to see the man and woman in white.
That's exactly what you would expect.
And eventually, this narrow path kind of cutting through the dense
exactly what he expected in a time like this.
Big, beautiful field, and by that point, the sun was high in the sky, and so Matt's walking in this very beautiful open area. He can see in all directions. There's sunlight beaming down on him, and so even though he was totally rattled by what had happened the night before, he found himself kind of becoming more at ease about the situation. He was far less paranoid, and he began telling himself, you know, as creepy as it is that those people in white almost certainly followed him and snuck up on his campsite in the middle of the night, as bad as that is, he thought, you know what, they probably were just super hungry, and they clearly needed the food more than he did, and so, you know what, those people, they can have my food, whatever. And so Matt just continued on telling himself he would never have to deal with the people in white ever again. However, he would be wrong. Over the next 3 days, Matt continued making his way north through the Lassen forest.
Are we sure it's not fucking Lauren and Roy?
And the trail he was on would weave between those big, beautiful open areas back inside those very densely forested areas where the trees were practically right on top of you. And during those 3
I'm drinking my good old Yingli Flight here.
days, Matt did not see the people in white. He did
Oh,
not have any
Yingli.
nighttime encounters with anybody. Nothing got stolen. And so that only reinforced the idea that, he had been a target of opportunity. They had taken what they wanted from him and they were no longer following him. But on the 4th day after the food stealing incident, things would get spooky for Matt again. On that 4th night, Matt was once again forced to leave the trail he was on. He was in one of those very densely forested areas and walk well off the trail to find a clearing for his tent. So he walked, several hundred feet away. He finds this clearing.
It is. It's the oldest brewery in America, Yingling.
He sets up his tent, and then also he sets up a perimeter of sticks all around the outside of his campsite. This was a precaution he had begun taking after the food stealing incident. These sticks were an early warning system where if any animal or person came too close to his campsite, they would step, in theory, on these sticks and they would break and they would alert Matt in the middle of the night. And so after his campsite was all set up and all prepared,
That's a good thinking right there.
Matt sat down and had a quick bite to eat, and then after storing his food, he climbed inside of his tent and he fell asleep.
Here we go.
Before we finish
Excuse
the
me.
story, I want to tell you
Oh, God damn it. I'm going to skip over the ad. Yeah. Thank you, MrBallen, for this video today. Shout out.
uneaten fermented walrus tails.
Eating fermented walrus tail. Jesus. Oh. Okay, there we go.
A few hours later, Matt saw
Oh my God, that had me going. That had me going to right now. Eating fermented walrus tail. Oh,
woke up.
Jesus.
Now, when he woke up, he opened his eyes, but it's pitch black in his tent. There are no windows in his tent, and it's pitch black outside. So even with his eyes open, he can't see anything. And so he's just laying there with his eyes open, but it's total darkness, and he's just listening intently because he doesn't really know why he woke up, if something startled him, or if there's no reason at all. And so
I'm low class. I drink malt liquor. Love it, James.
he's just laying there and he's listening.
Hey, do you? Hey, I ain't judging. Do you, homie?
And as he's listening, he hears the distinct sound of something stepping on one of the sticks in his perimeter. And so he
Jesus.
hears the stick break
There you
and his
go.
heart just
There
starts
you go.
racing because he knows that an animal or a person is just a few feet away from him. And so instinctively, he kind of begins to pull his arm as quietly as he can out of his sleeping bag, and he reaches
Here we
over
go.
and he grabs his hunting
Here we go.
knife. And as he grabs the handle of the knife and he brings it closer to him,
Oh,
he hears the
Jesus.
sound of more footsteps.
Yeah.
Whatever has stepped on the stick has not slowed down at all. They don't care about the sound they
Oh,
just made.
gross.
They're still moving towards his tent. And so Matt's starting to get really freaked out because he knows that, it could be an animal, but
Kingpin. This is not a Sasquatch. This is thanks for stopping by the way. This is a feral people encounter that a hiker had in California.
just a couple of days ago, 2 people were in his campsite stealing his food and walking all around his tent. And so that's what's going through his head. And so Matt's laying there preparing himself to potentially have to slash out if anybody came close to his tent. I mean, he's in the middle of nowhere. If a person is out here, it's not his friend. And so he's laying there, he's kind of shaking and he's listening really intently, and the footsteps are just getting closer and closer and closer to his tent until they stop right next to his head. They are literally about a foot away from him. And so he can't see anything. He's just listening really intently. And then he starts to hear whispering. But the whispering is not coming from this person right here. The whispering is coming from everywhere in the forest. It's coming from all different directions. And so Matt doesn't know what to think about this. And as he's hearing this whispering, which is getting more and more frantic, whoever is standing right outside of his tent begins circling his tent. So now he hears footsteps just walking in a circle around his tent while frantic whispers are coming in from all directions. And so at this point, Matt is so terrified, he's just...
Bro, my anxiety is kicking in for the roof right now.
is frozen. He knows that he's holding that knife, but he won't be able to do anything with it. He's just petrified. And then as soon as this total nightmare had begun, it just stopped. The whispering, silence. The footsteps stopped. And so in a way, it was kind of relieving, but in another way, Matt's laying there thinking, I want to hear the sound of footsteps retreating into the forest, leaving, but I haven't heard that.
That's the scary part.
It went from footsteps all around the tent and whispering everywhere to silence, as if whoever is out there is still out there. And they're just standing there waiting for him. And because it's so dark, he can't even look. He can't look outside and see. And so he's left just laying in his tent, wondering if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people are just waiting outside of his tent. He's got no idea. And so finally, the sun would come up in the morning. And again, Matt has not heard the sound of retreating footsteps. And so maybe they're still just standing outside. But once the sun had totally come up and there was some light outside that he could see through his tent, Matt decided he just had to check. And so he reached over and he quickly unzipped the...
That's exactly 80s girl nailed it. This is exactly like the Blair Witch Project. There it is.
Flap of the tent, and he looked outside.
God damn.
He didn't see anyone. He leapt outside with his knife, ready to confront anyone who was out there, but there was no one. And so Matt, he's not thinking, oh, great, they're gone. He's thinking, are they just like a few feet away, hiding behind trees? And so for a few minutes, Matt just began looking all around his campsite, kind of expecting to see, those people in white or other people he doesn't know, but he doesn't see anyone. And then Matt starts thinking to himself, was this just a nightmare? Did that not even happen? Am I imagining this? But when he looked down, he saw clear boot prints all over his campsite. And
that's when you just, I don't even know. You just have to get the fuck out. Just be like, fuck this.
Including a nice track all the way around.
But then you're in the middle of nowhere too, so you're already committed at this point.
His tent. And so this nightmare really had played out in real life. And so he quickly gets everything back into his pack, he throws it on his shoulder, and he just starts running back towards the trail. And when he got to the trail, he continued running north. And as he's running along and looking over his shoulder the whole time, he's telling himself, I just need to get out of Lassen National Forest. I need to get out of the people in white's turf, get away from this place, and I'll be left alone. And so that motivated him to spend the whole day moving as fast as he possibly could. And by that afternoon, he had finally escaped Lassen National Forest. He was out and he was in one of these smaller towns that kind of butted up alongside this forest. And so that night, he camped out right near this town. He wanted to be as close to civilization as possible to ensure his safety. And so as he's laying in his tent that night, he began thinking about what had happened over the past couple of days. At this point, he was nearly certain that the people in white that he had seen on that boulder, they had to be behind these nighttime encounters. They just had to be. And so he's thinking to himself, okay, well, the first encounter I had with them, when they stole his food, yeah, that's creepy, but it makes sense. They followed him, they went to his campsite, they stole his food. Okay, fine. That makes sense to him. But the second encounter, the one that had happened the night before, that didn't make any sense. Assuming it was, again, the people in white responsible, that meant they had been following Matt the whole time, and he had not seen them somehow.
If that's
Even though over the last couple of days, he had been looking over his shoulder constantly, looking for those people, but he didn't see them, and they still managed to follow him all the way over several days to this other unmarked campsite, hundreds of feet off the main trail. So how did they do that? And then two, once they were at his campsite, and he's laying there listening to them, walking around the campsite, whispering to each other, what were they doing?
Econ, yes. I'm down for Thursday.
And then how did the footsteps and whispering just stop immediately, and he didn't even hear the sound of them retreating into the woods?
I'm off Thursday, so I have nothing better to do Thursday, so yeah.
How did they do that? And so Matt would go over this and over this until finally he would fall asleep. And then the next morning when he got up, it was the first thing he was thinking about. The people in white. What were they doing and why and where were they? And so as Matt packed up his campsite that morning, it did cross his mind, that maybe he should just stop the hike right now and call his family, have them come pick him up and get out of here. But this hike, this huge hike he had planned, was really important to him, and he was only about 100 miles away from the finish line, which meant he had already hiked over 1,600 miles, and he just didn't want to quit. He wanted to finish what he started. And so he packed up his stuff, he threw it over his shoulder, and he continued on. And so that day, Matt would leave that little town, and he would make his...
Oh, so that'll be 8 o'clock Central Time? Yeah. Perfect.
way up into another very dense forest called the Mount Shasta forest. Mount Shasta was a lot like the Lassen forest, except Mount Shasta has a very disturbing backstory. Specifically, lots and lots of people go missing inside of Mount Shasta. And
I told you I'm a
often they go
majestic
missing
motherfucker.
under baffling circumstances. The most frightening of these missing persons reports are when someone comes back, the survivor of the event, and they will say, they saw their hiking companion. They clearly saw them. And then they turned their back on them just for a few moments, few minutes, whatever it was.
Oh, okay.
And when they turned
You're
back
in
around,
Idaho. Okay.
the person they were with was now gone. No trace of them, nothing. They're just gone. And despite a massive search for them, they're never found again. There is a distressing number of missing people in Mount Shasta.
Nice for y'all to stop by.
Like that. It's
Hey, Mark and Diavius, nice for y'all to stop by tonight.
totally terrifying. So with that in mind, Matt makes his way into the Mount Shasta forest, and
if you guys haven't seen this video before, for the people that just stopped by, this is this guy Matt encountering feral people on his hike in California.
And even though it totally stressed him out to once again be walking on these dirt pathways where the trees are very tight on either side of you, they're very dense, and as he's walking, he's kind of looking in both directions, expecting to see somebody watching him. Despite feeling that way, Matt just continued to stay focused and kept telling himself to just continue on, because you're so close to the end. And so the first 3 days that he was in the Mount Shasta forest, Matt would just keep his head down and very stoically every day, he would just hike as far as he possibly could. In the evening, he would set up his campsite either right off the trail or maybe a little ways off the trail in a clearing. And he didn't have any run-ins with the people in white or anybody else for that matter. He was totally left alone. But on his 4th day in the Mount Shasta forest, all that would change. On that 4th day, Matt found himself not inside one of those very dense forested areas, but rather in this very open trail that was up on the side of this mountain. And because this trail was fairly high up in elevation, the tree coverage was fairly sparse, and so there was great visibility. He could see miles ahead of him, and when he turned around, he could see miles behind him. And so Matt is just walking along this trail, kind of enjoying the day. It's beautiful outside, and at some point, he turns around and looks behind him. Now, all day he'd been doing that, and he had not seen anyone. But this time, when he turned around, he saw 2 little white dots, miles and miles back, slowly making their way along
That
trail that he was on. It was the people in white. They were back.
following him this entire time.
At this point, Matt was at least 50 miles or more away from that first place he had walked past the people in white when they were sitting on that boulder, which meant, 1, Matt was right. These people in white really had followed him and almost certainly were responsible for the nighttime visits he was getting. And 2, for reasons unknown, they were still following him. Matt suddenly didn't care at all about completing his big hike. He just wanted to get the heck away from those people. And so very quickly he pulled out his map and he looked, and to his horror, he...
Oh my God. Idaho, Montana is like my dream states to live in.
realized he was in one of the most isolated portions of the entire hike. he was at least 25 miles away from the nearest civilization, a little town called Castella, California. And so without a better option, Matt put the map back in his pocket. He took one last look at the people in white who were making steady gains on him, and then Matt just turned away from them and began booking it down the trail. And Matt would run for hours and hours and hours without stopping. Even when he turned around and could no longer see the people in white, he just kept on running. And then when the sun set and he could barely see the trail, he just kept on running.
Just keep running.
It literally wasn't until it was so dark outside that he actually couldn't see the ground anymore that Matt finally, totally exhausted, came to a stop. And then from there, he turned and left the trail and walked way away from the trail, hundreds of feet deep into the forest, to get as far away from these people in white as he possibly could. And so finally, he found this clearing very far away from the trail. He set up his tent right in the middle of it, and then he very diligently laid out his perimeter of sticks around his campsite, making sure there were no gaps. And then he climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up, and then keeping on all of his stuff in case he needed to make a run for it, he got inside of his sleeping bag, and he just laid there with no expectation that he was going to sleep. He was terrified. As he laid there, he thought to himself, okay, I have now run at least several miles ahead of them. I know that was them. I know I got some distance on them. There's no way they saw where I turned off the trail and where I've set up this campsite, so they can't possibly find me. And so Matt would lay in the tent for several hours just waiting to fall asleep. And then finally he would start to get tired because at this point it's totally quiet outside. He hasn't heard anything. And so he begins to doze off to sleep. And as he's getting more and more tired, he hears the sound of someone stepping on his perimeter of sticks. And as soon as he hears that stick break, he hears the all too familiar whispering pick up all around the forest. And then something new happens. Before Matt can even do anything, his tent lights up like a Christmas tree. Someone is shining a light on his tent. Someone has snuck up on his campsite in the middle of nowhere, hundreds and hundreds of feet off the trail, in the middle of the night. They've found him, and they're shining a light on him. And then the light clicks off, and it's silent. And at this point, Matt's fight or flight instinct kicks in, and he rips off his sleeping bag, and he jumps outside and begins screaming nonsense and flailing around with the knife.
That's exactly what I would do. Look like a fucking idiot. Like Frank Castle coming out like screaming, like ready to fight, like let's fucking go, like what?
Trying to intimidate these people to get away from him. And then after he stops for a second, he hears a stick crunch right behind him. And he whips his head around to look at who is standing right behind him.
Get that AK out, bro. I got a 12 gauge too.
And as he's turning out of his peripheral vision, he sees a dark figure running towards him. He doesn't think twice, he just turns and begins running away from the campsite. Now remember, it's pitch black in the forest. There's trees everywhere. And so Matt's smashing into trees, branches are hitting him, he's falling to the ground, but he is on a...
Woody's Girl, I've already actually done that one, the dad off pass one, from MrBallen. Yeah, I think I did it this week. I think I did it on Tuesday. Yeah. That story from MrBallen here. It's fucking good.
A pure adrenaline high, and he is just sprinting as fast as he possibly can away from this person who is likely still chasing him. And after 5 minutes of running, he stumbles and falls forward and kind of lands at the base of this fallen tree. The tree had landed in such a way that it was kind of propped on a rock. So there was a small
Hey, Rachel D, nice for you to stop by.
Gap underneath the tree. And so Matt, thinking quickly, kind of slid himself underneath this log and positioned himself so he was looking back in the direction he was running from. And as he laid there, he saw in the distance this light bobbing around. These people are looking for him. They're searching the forest for him. And so he watched in horror, tucked underneath this log, as whoever had the light and whoever else was with them, they moved.
What a hell, Malinois?
Closer and closer and closer, but they did not find him tucked underneath the log. They just walked right on past him. And so Matt would...
Dude, Belgian Malinois are freaking Hellhounds.
Remain underneath this log all night until finally the sun came up. And at that point, even though it was fairly obvious that whoever was looking for him, they were now gone, Matt was still terrified. And so he stayed under the log for several hours until it was about early afternoon. And then he finally pulled himself out from under the log.
Oh shit! Hey Ellie! Nice radio shot, boy.
And he looked around. He couldn't see anyone. And then instead of going back to his campsite and getting his gear, he just totally abandoned it. He was worried that these people in white or whoever it was, that they were still going to be there. And so he just turned and continued running away from his campsite back out to the trail. And once he got the trail, he continued running on the trail all the way to Costella, California. And when he got there, he hitchhiked his way to the town of Mount Shasta. And there he would speak to police as well as the Forestry Service about what he had experienced. And so they would take all of his information down and they would put him up in a motel for the night. And then the next day, Matt would get in touch with his family and they would drive from Oregon to Mount Shasta. They would pick him up and they would take him back home. Months later, Matt would contact the Mount Shasta police and the Forest Service and would just follow up and say, hey, have you learned anything else about these people in white? Have you caught them? Has anybody else come forward? And the police would say, you know, they did have a number of people coming forward saying that things had been stolen from their campsites. These are people that were in Mount Shasta, in Lassen Forest, and the surrounding forests. But Matt was the only one who had reported being terrorized by this mysterious couple in white. And so to this day, Matt has no idea who those two people were, what they wanted with him, beyond obviously the food they took. I mean, they continued to stalk him for nearly 100 miles. And he has no idea how they were able to keep finding his campsites that were hundreds of feet off the main trail in unmarked areas that they would somehow navigate to in total darkness without alerting Matt. It's all a big mystery.
Wow. God damn. And guess what? We're just getting started. That's my first call of the day. Oh, man. So they have no idea who that is. God damn. Don't fuck around with feral people, but y'all. Let's do not MrBallen. I have a couple MrBallen stuff, but after that one, let's do you know what? Let's do this. So we're gonna do this one. Not sure if y'all have heard this story. There's a famous crocodile. It's a Nile crocodile out. His name is Gustav. He's a giant fucking Nile crocodile that has killed over 300 people. Roughly. So yeah. We're gonna do a story on this bad mofo.
Since the start of human existence, there have been many animals who've caused a lot of destruction. Crocodiles are one of such species. Archaeologists have found fossils that are over 200 million years old, and since then, they have cemented their position as one of the deadliest reptiles.
Son of a bitch. Give me a second, y'all.
There is only one known crocodile who can be argued as
Actually, give me 1 second. I have to pee real quick.
dangerous crocodile of all time. And his name is Gustave.
Blue. Yeah, Gustav. Look at this guy.
And his name.
There's Gustav. They actually did a movie off of him. I think it. What was it? Shit, I forgot the movie name. But they did a movie off him like in the 2000s.
Name is Gustave.
Like middle
Burundi
2000s.
is a landlocked country in the Great Lakes region of Africa. It's famous for its rich and varied natural landscape, characterized by picturesque lakes, rivers, reserves, grasslands, national parks.
No, it wasn't Lake Placid. Good guess. It wasn't Lake Placid. I forgot the name of the movie.
And mountainous terrains. Burundi is also home to Nile crocodiles who average around 4 meters, or up to 14 feet. Every year there are multiple fatal crocodile attacks on humans, but none with a bigger reputation than Gustave. According to local myths, he was around 12 meters or 40 feet long and weighed over 1 ton.
Oh, it was Primeval. I had to look it up. It was bugging the shit out of me. Yeah, it's Primeval. Came out in 2007. About this crocodile.
However, he was probably around 5.5 meters or 18 to 20 feet long due to the inaccuracies of recorded.
There was also this crocodile, not this one particular, but Gustav, he had so many bullet holes in him too, because so many people try to shoot him, and he just never died.
Spottings. Like every Nile crocodile, Gustave is deadly.
Hey, Rick Gillespie! Nice for you to saw, boy.
If he spots you, you're dead.
Yeah.
There's no way you can escape the attack of an animal that's so fast and massive. But what's different about him is he would target humans almost every meal of the day. He normally targeted fishermen and bathers who visited the bays of River Ruzizi and the shores of Lake Tanganyika. He also targeted nearby villages.
I think I called you out already.
Killing many men, women,
God
and children.
My memory. Oh,
According to locals, Gustave has killed over 300 people and countless animals. Apart from killing humans, Gustave loved to hunt down hippos. Hippos are pretty deadly animals themselves, responsible for killing numerous humans every year. They normally outsize and kill many crocodiles in the area, but Gustave was so large that he needed to eat larger prey, and he was so large enough to do so. Due to Gustave's massive size, he needed a lot of food on a frequent basis, but he didn't just hunt for food. Killing was Gustave's hobby, and many times he wouldn't eat the meat of animals or the people he would kill. Locals say,
yeah, he like Gustav was he's a weird animal. He just killed for fun a lot of the times, like just to kill it, just to like not even eat it. He'll just kill someone or kill something just to kill it.
He was so swift and deadly that one time he killed several people with one attack and then disappeared for several months. Then he would appear again in another place and kill another group of individuals there as well.
Here's a real picture of him. He's a fucking giant.
This is why villagers are often caught by surprise by the attacks of Gustave. When he disappears for months, people think he has died, but in reality, he is just keeping a low profile and appears when the time is right. Near the Nile, you'll find many crocodiles, and it's hard to tell which one is Gustave because almost all of them are pretty massive, and if you go near them, they won't spare you. They'll rip the flesh off your bones in a split second.
Now, Gustav had this. You could spot Gustav. He would be the big dog of the crocodiles. Like, if you just saw this massive if you just saw him, like I've seen a lot of documentaries on him, and if you just saw him, you would know it was Gustav because he was just a big. You could tell right there, he's just a big fucking animal. Big reptile. He's just a fucking... He's a mean bastard.
This is how deadly these animals can be. But on the body of Gustave, you can find scars from knives, spears, and bullets, because over the years, every individual has tried their best to kill this monster for good. All of them have failed, and many were eaten alive. Gustave's skin is comparatively a lot thicker than other crocodiles. This is why normal human weapons available in villages have little to no effect on him. There's a dark spot on his head which looks like a bullet mark, so apparently Gustave has even survived a headshot. Many hunters and soldiers have tried to kill him, but he survived.
He was just an old gator. Not gator. Croc. He was an old croc.
Survived every single time. He's so massive and powerful that even underwater traps couldn't contain him.
Yeah. Yeah, they even had like there's a documentary too that I watched too that tried to capture him, and just nothing can contain him at all. Like they try to do like one of those like big like how they try to catch like alligators and shit in, and even some crocs couldn't. Nope, he would just break out of it like it was nothing.
Wonder how old is this massive animal? According to the records obtained, he might be around 60 years old. Since 2010, when he killed more than 300 individuals, Gustave has slowed down a bit and rarely appears on the surface. Even now, hunters look for Gustave near its common whereabouts.
I believe, if I remember correctly, he's still living, Gustave.
They set various traps and cages near the Ruzizi River and National Park in Burundi. Pretty much every person in Burundi wants Gustave dead, apart from one person, Patrice Fay. He's an animal rights activist who wants to protect Gustave. People are out for revenge, but Patrice wants to keep Gustave in a safe environment where people are safe from him, and he is safe from people who want to punish him. He was the one who named this massive crocodile after getting tired of catching him.
There you go, Ellie. He's the one that named him Gustav.
Fay finds Gustave's wiseness and traits.
Look at the size of him. Oh, he just probably killed something right there on the shore right there. There's two birds.
It's fascinating. Also, due to the excessive
He's
hunting,
just a fucking
the number of
giant
crocodiles is decreasing rapidly. Hence, Patrice Fay wants to make Gustave the father of the future generation of Nile crocodiles. His thought is that this may save this species from extinction, but the increasing number of Nile crocodiles can be dangerous for the locals living near the Ruzizi National Park and Lake Tanganyika in Burundi.
That's where you're in a
Fay
pickle.
has been obsessed with the legend of Gustave. He knows how dangerous he is for the locals, but he aims to keep himself in a controlled environment. This is why he's been able
Hey, Rage! Phil Virgin! Nice for you to drop by.
to search and research Gustave since the 1990s, but still hasn't been able to catch him. The movie Capturing the Killer Croc will help you understand why he has been trying his best for almost 30 years to capture Gustave, and to keep him in a safe environment. There have been many attacks on him so far, and as we previously mentioned before, his body has multiple scars from bullet and knife attacks. His right arm is pretty badly wounded. Therefore, Gustave is not as fierce, rapid, and dangerous as he used to be.
That's how I
Also,
fly
according
in.
to hunters and fishermen,
I just ride
there are
Gustav
around
like
3
a
bullet
cowboy.
spots on his body,
There's
including
like,
one on his head. Researchers and herpetologists believe that due to his excessive weight and size, it would have been difficult for Gustave to attack fast animals like zebras, antelopes, and even fish. This may be the reason why hippos are Gustave's favorite prey. Also, considering people are not as fast as the previously mentioned animals, they make an easy target for such a massive
This look, yeah, the power of that. They're just whipping this animal around like it's nothing.
Nile crocodile. Since 2015,
Well, that's
one
a
has
baby
seen
hippo.
Gustave.
That's a little hippo.
The last time he was spotted, he was pulling a massive male buffalo with him on the bank of the Ruzizi River. This shows that large animals and humans are Gustave's primary targets. Obviously, killing and eating such large animals wasn't difficult for him, because according to Fay, the size of Gustave was comparable to the size of a large great white shark. You might be surprised to hear that Fay did not always want to protect Gustave. In fact, like other hunters, he wanted to kill him and save the locals and their cattle from this monster. Fay came very close to this monster multiple times, and tried his best to kill him using all the weapons he could arrange. but he was surprised by the cunningness of this creature. Gustave would escape every laid trap for him. No bait would be enough to capture this monster.
Look at it.
Contrary to what researchers believe based on his size, Faye found Gustave to be surprisingly agile. He was fascinated by this creature and decided to protect Gustave.
See, look at the size of him compared to this other one that's coming up. Like, good God.
From the hunters. Today, he's still trying his best to catch him, to keep the monstrous creature in a controlled environment.
Dude, crocodiles, alligators, sharks, they're still dinosaurs. Especially alligators and crocodiles. They're still dinosaurs. Living dinosaurs.
Where he and the locals can be safe.
That have yet to have, like, they have yet to change since they've been around. Like, it's so awesome to have them around still.
Considering no one has seen Gustave since 2015.
Even though, yes, they're deadlier than shit, but good God, it's still awesome to have them around.
People are unsure whether he is alive or not. So, when you don't see a monster creature like this for many years, people start creating their own myths. And over the years, the legend of Gustave has only grown. A local villager once witnessed that one particular day, Gustave was super hungry, so he killed more than 24 individuals at once. Also, people who have spotted Gustave multiple times claims that he kills for fun. He would attack a person or an animal but wouldn't eat it and then disappear. This is something crocodile experts don't believe, as Allison Leslie stated on Faye's televised capture attempt that crocodiles never kill for pleasure. According to her, crocodiles take food opportunistically. Also, the reason why Gustave used to disappear for months after hunting people is that crocodiles can live without food for more than a year. This is why they are one of the oldest living organisms on the planet Earth. Maybe the reason why Gustave has managed to stay under the radar for so long is that he rarely hunts these days, considering how many injuries he has sustained over the years due to multiple attempts on hunting him down. While many people believe that Gustave has killed at least 300 humans throughout his 60-year lifespan, Faye, who is obsessed with this gargantuan creature and has researched a lot about him, states in his 2011 book named Crazy River, A Plunge into Africa, that he has documented every single case in which Gustave has killed a local. So according to him, this monster has eaten just over 60 people, or maybe even fewer. Still, a horrifying truth to be told. However, the truth is that no one has seen Gustave since 2015. Also, there have been claims that a group of hunters finally managed to kill him in 2019, but they have no proof to verify this claim, so until someone finds the carcass or body of Gustave, he and his legend will live on.
Forever. Anyways, ow. We're gonna move on from that one. Hey, Bartek. God damn. That was a rough one. Hey, Bartek. Oh man. So, let's go to this animal encounter. As I go on, I might pick up some more as we go on. This depends on the time frame that we have. Now let's see. So we're gonna watch. Yeah, this one. This person. It's off of that was off of Dark Nature's channel about Gustav that we just watched. I'm jumping over to this channel called Fierce. Looks like let's do this. And this one. It's from a zoo. Some lady jumps over a fence at a zoo and then gets mauled by a polar bear. It's like, why? Why?
This video tells the
People and animals is just like, especially wild animals and stuff, it's just really fascinating to me because it's like what like people in nature have like they swear that like animals and humans have like this like made pact like a treaty or something that like a written treaty they'd be like do not attack humans and then it's like here we'll give them that and then it's like all right you won't get attacked anymore. Hey, George Ferguson, happy birthday. Happy birthday, right? About that. Yeah. And thanks for stopping by. How about that?
the story of Mandy
There you
King,
go.
a German mother who meant to end her affairs with life by jumping into a
Oh, there it is. That's why.
A German mother who meant to end her affairs with life by jumping into a polar bear enclosure at the Berlin Zoo. Her actions caught the attention of a bear that chose to investigate the situation with its jaws. It was a
Just to give you guys, I haven't seen this video before or story, so in case if they actually do show some of the video of it, just to give you guys a fair warning, viewer discretion is advised.
April 13th, 2009, a sunny Easter Monday. The day was warm, the atmosphere was
Pigeon. Fucking pigeons. Boom, 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 boom.
festive, and people enjoyed a bit of free time still celebrating Easter. Zoos are often a popular choice for those who want to spend a nice, entertaining day out without necessarily having to travel a long way. When they're located in large cities, zoos can be a true oasis. They provide a quick, safe way for children to learn about animals, but they're also exciting enough to keep the interest of adults. And while zoos are often enough a controversial topic, should they or should they not exist, there are some such spaces that invest in research and in saving animals. The Berlin Zoological Garden is one of those more responsible institutions. It looks nothing like those zoos were once.
Oh yeah, they're cute and cuddly until it rips your fucking face off.
Sees way too skinny animals living in tiny pens and or in filth. No, the Berlin Zoological Garden is not only a business. It opened way back in 1844, and over the years, the institution has invested in research and species conservation. In order to do so, the zoo had to survive World War II.
I had a weird. I don't know why I just I'm about to bring this up, but I just had a random fun fact about the Bronx Zoo in the early 1900s. I want to say in the 1920s. It's like early 1900s to the 1920s. The Bronx Zoo in New York had a person in captivity at the Bronx Zoo. They had a black guy or they had a black African in their zoo, like on display, like for people to walk by and see. It was either like an African pygmy or this like a person from Africa that they had in. I don't know why I'm laughing. Well, it's kind of funny actually now, but like everyone's like this discovering everything, and I don't know. It's just like I'm sorry, I'm kind of fucked up like that. I had a random like person like in a fucking zoo, like a living human being in captivity in a zoo.
The place had been hit by Allied bombs many times, which decimated its animal population. Today, though, more than 20,200 animals from over 1,000 different species
You can even look it up too. It's true.
find their homes on the 86.5 acres of the zoo. The Berlin Zoological Garden is wildly popular.
I don't
People
trust
from all over
squirrels.
Germany and all over Europe come
I've
to
never
visit.
trust
In
squirrels.
fact, it's the most visited zoo in Europe, with more than 3 million
Squirrels
people
are up
paying
to
a
something.
visit to the animals yearly. Over the years, some of the animals at the Berlin Zoological Garden gained a lot of attention, essentially becoming celebrities in their own right. Bao Bao the panda and Fatu the gorilla were wildly popular, but none of them quite reached the fame of Canute, the polar bear. Canute was the first of his kind to survive infancy at the Berlin Zoo, despite the fact that he'd been rejected by his mother at birth. Perhaps it was the fact that he was hand-raised by zookeepers that sparked the so-called Canute mania. In any case, Canute is not the protagonist of this particular chilling story, though he was a witness to the events of the day. A woman known as Mandy Kay was among the Berlin Zoological Garden visitors on that Easter Monday, April 13th, 2009.
Polar bears do love Coca-Cola. Why the fuck is this lady?
Mandy was 32 years old, divorced, and had a 7-year-old daughter. The two of them weren't together that day. Mandy's daughter was spending Easter with her father.
Thank
All
God.
3 of them were supposed to meet the next day, on April 14th, for an Easter egg hunt. But as it soon became obvious, Mandy had other, more sinister plans that didn't involve looking for colorful eggs. Obviously, none of the other visitors and none of the zookeepers could have known what she was trying to do on that seemingly perfect Monday. The woman made her way through the zoo, like all other visitors. After a while, she reached the polar bear enclosure. The day was about to change dramatically for everyone at the zoo. For Mandy, for the other visitors, for the zookeepers, and of course, for the polar bears. Now, the polar bear enclosure isn't what you'd call easily accessible to the public, though at that point, there had been some people doing their best to get near the mighty creatures. 1 year prior to Mandy's visit to the zoo, a 37-year-old man managed to jump into the bear enclosure in order to reach.
Why? Just why? Just why?
Canute, the famous polar bear. The man was lonely, and he thought Canute seemed lonelier still. He wanted
Jesus.
to hug the bear.
Lonely. What an excuse. I'm lonely. You don't see me just fucking. We're like, all right, fuck it. Going into the fucking bear pen to get my face ripped off.
Provide him some comfort. Needless to say, his initiative wasn't
It's the
appreciated.
worst. That's like the worst animal to get killed from is an omnivore. Because they keep you alive as they ripping you to shreds. Yeah, this holding down with their ball and just.
The zookeepers, who had to act quickly in order to avoid a tragedy.
They just rip chunks out of
They
you.
had to lure Canute, who had just been let into the outdoor enclosure, with a leg of beef. The man was less cooperative, but zookeepers ultimately managed to get him out. Still, getting into the enclosure wasn't just another daily reality of the zoo's.
Yeah, I'll turn it up. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'll turn my volume up on here. Sorry about that. Sorry. There we go.
Life. It was a difficult thing to do. The enclosure was secured by a fence, a wide hedge full of thorns, and a 3-foot concrete wall. And there was another security measure, one that would certainly keep most people at bay. 4 adult polar bears, swimming and lounging on rocks, but no less threatening and dangerous. But all these obstacles were insignificant, meaningless to Mandy. She was desperate and determined, perhaps unable to.
Hey, rage-filled version. I got that from Joe Rogan. He makes the best. He makes it better than I do. Joe Rogan makes like the best bear noises ever.
Think clearly. Suddenly, she started moving. Other visitors around her were probably astonished at first, and then, in a matter of seconds, they most likely became terrified. By then, it was clear what the woman was trying to do. Mandy climbed down the fence, managed to get past the thorny hedge, and finally made it past the 3-foot concrete wall. In a split second, she let herself fall into the ditch below. The water was
Hey, Brian Kane, nice for you to stop by.
murky brown and probably cold. But if the presence of 4 large polar bears wasn't enough to deter the woman, Some amoebas certainly weren't going to do the trick. If anyone still had trouble understanding what was happening, the look on Mandy's face was sure to solve that. Some of the witnesses described it as elated. And
I
then the
appreciate it. Thank you.
32-year-old woman started swimming, closing
Rage.
the short distance between the 4 polar bears and herself.
God
The
damn.
woman's intrusion into their enclosure piqued the bears' interest. The 4 creatures watched as she made her way toward the rocks, her dark blue cardigan slipping off her
Yeah, the bears are probably like, what the fuck is this lady doing right now? It's like, what is this 8 person doing?
shoulders. One of the bears seemed particularly interested, and as the woman almost
Here we
reached
go.
one of the rocks,
Here we
the
go.
creature moved to meet her. And then, when Mandy almost made it
Yes.
to the rock and near the bear, the creature decided to take matters into its own deadly paws. It entered the water halfway, just enough.
Oh, god damn it. Here we go. Oh, another fun fact about polar bears. They smell seals under 3. They can smell seals under 3 feet of ice.
To reach the woman and bite down on her
Just
back.
saying.
Mandy started to scream in
So,
agony.
take that as
it
you want.
seemed like the mighty force of the beast and the terrible pain she was feeling helped her see matters clearly. She was inside a zoo enclosure, surrounded by not 1, but 4 huge polar bears, one of which was currently chomping on her back. Terrified, the woman struggled to get away from the bear. She somehow managed to do so, and then immediately started to swim back where she came from, to the wall on the other side of the enclosure. But the bears weren't just going to
Appreciate
let
it,
her escape.
Rage.
Before Mandy could manage to grab one of the ropes hanging down by rescuers,
God.
the bear at her back bit her again and again. Finally,
Look at
the
that donut
32-year-old
face.
managed to grab a hold of one of the ropes. Rescuers above lifted her out of the water, and then she fell again. The polar bear
Oh, what a dumb
continued
shit.
biting and scratching her. It
Yeah.
took a few more moments for rescuers to get Mandy out for good this time.
Oh, shit.
She was seriously
Right back.
injured and was rushed to a nearby hospital. Her wounds were treated, but doctors had to keep an eye on her to make sure there wasn't any risk for infection. A day after the puzzling accident, Mandy's friends and family came forward and tried to explain what happened on April 13th. According to them, Mandy was very depressed. Despite being a highly qualified teacher specialized in the care of young children, she had lost her job and had troubles finding another one. She was desperate, and jumping into the polar bear enclosure had been a desperate, thoughtless solution. As a result of the events, the Berlin Zoological Garden planned to charge the woman with breach of the peace and bringing their organization into disrepute. Mandy Kay also got a police citation for trespassing. The zoo
Good
deemed
God.
the safety measures around the enclosure were already sufficient and that no changes would be made. Heiner Close, a spokesperson for the
Hey, Dacon. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night, brother.
Berlin Zoological Garden, said, "People who want to jump in will always find a way."
Jesus Christ. All right. Let's move on. Let's do... Let's do a rage. God damn it. Let's do, You know what? Trying to think of what to do next here. Alright, and that. Go with this is the hardest part. You know what? Let's go with this one. This one is a definite. It just happened not too long ago. This story. It's about this. Here, I'll let the story play, but kind of like a little summary, real quick. This lady, this older lady, like I would say, in her 80s, I would assume. Yeah, it was down in Florida. She was walking her dog along the shoreline, like of a lake, pond, or whatnot, and she got yanked into the water by a alligator. Never came out. So, um, there's a little bit of video, footage of it. They don't show obviously the entire thing, but I want to say I don't know. I haven't seen this one, but if it's like all the other videos I've seen of this, viewer discretion is advised.
Florida, with its concrete jungle.
Just to give y'all a good old heads up on this one. No, the dog didn't. No, she like had the dog next to the lake, like pond, lake, or whatever, and then she like yanked it around, and then like the second she yanked it around, the dog around, that's when the alligator grabbed her by like the leg and then yanked her into the water. So, yeah. And this is it right here.
It's
That I'm aware of. I haven't heard reports of the dog going under, but I know of the lady. I know for sure the lady did and never came out. I cannot say anything about the dog. I wanted to say the dog is alive.
still the Sunshine State. Its balmy weather and gorgeous beaches make it a perfect place for retirement. But tragedy can strike even in our latter years. This is the horrifying story of Gloria Surge. The grandmother was walking her dog in her peaceful community when a huge alligator attacked them and dragged the woman to her death deep beneath the silver surface of the water. This
Yeah, that was a thing too. Like in the video, you
to her
could like
death
sorry.
deep beneath the
Right here. Like you can kind of see the wake of the alligator
silver
coming.
surface of the water.
Here it comes. See? You can see it coming in.
This is fierce.
And the thing is too with they knew of this alligator too, and they even named it. Like I think Henry or something.
Alligators are not among the reasons people choose to retire in Florida. It's more
Yes.
about the weather, the beaches,
And pythons.
the active adult communities, and the lower cost of living. But despite this, many Florida residents know that they share their space with the huge reptiles. There are over 1 million alligators in Florida, and every one of them can be a possible threat under the right, or you know it, wrong circumstances. When it comes to alligator attacks, the best way to avoid them is to keep your distance from the cold-blooded animals.
Look at the size of that goddamn gator. Good fucking God.
But that's not always possible. Since alligators have inhabited Florida's waters for centuries and they don't seem to be going anywhere, many residents have come to regard them as permanent fixtures to their communities. Gloria Surge lived in the Spanish Lakes Fairways community in northern St. Lucie County for 20 years, and Gloria, like her neighbors, knew there were alligators in the community's lake. But over time, they've come to be desensitized to the animals. After all, the gators spent their days basking in the sun, seemingly too lazy and disinterested to pose a real threat to the community. Residents in the Spanish Lakes Fairways community had even come to call one of the alligators Henry. It was just how it was, life and its little oddities. It was around noon on February 20th, 2023.
Yeah, like I said, it just happened recently.
When Gloria
This story.
Surge decided to take her dog for a walk. It was a daily habit. Trooper, her small black and white Shih Tzu, needed the exercise. Gloria
Alive? Yes.
loved her dog dearly. At
That's
85
JB.
years old, the woman was a widow.
Wait,
Loved her
who?
dog dearly. At 85 years old, the woman was a widow.
80s.
Her children were all adults, and she had several grandchildren. But she lived alone with the dog in the Spanish Lakes Fairways community. In the county seat of St. Lucie County, Fort Pierce. Like many other communities for active adults, Spanish Lakes Fairways offers a large number of amenities, such as golf or tennis, but people almost always need the presence of another being. That's why so many of us have pets, and many of us would do anything for our pets. They're part of the family. Gloria Surge was the type of person who would have done anything for her dog. That noon, on February 20th, 2023, she took Trooper for a walk around the neighborhood. It was a beautiful, quiet day in a beautiful, quiet place. After a while, Gloria and Trooper made their way toward one of the small lakes in the area. The lakes, or ponds, were all connected. As they made their way toward the body of water, Trooper was more than excited. Once they got to the edge of the water, little Trooper seemed enthralled by some new, exciting smell. Gloria let him smell away, not really paying attention to the dog or to the lake. If anything,
How do you not notice this? Like, literally. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be criticizing this lady. I apologize. I apologize. But it kind of just irritates me too at the same time.
Not really paying attention to.
It's like almost kind of it's almost avoidable at this. Like you can see
to the dog or to the lake. If anything, she looked somewhere over the horizon, maybe content.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
To let Trooper experience something so obviously exciting to him. But not paying attention to her surroundings was a mistake, especially since she was near water in Florida with a small and very lively dog being next to her.
Oh, down in the Everglades, SJB, the pythons down there have run rampant. They've almost completely taken out all the rabbits. Majority of the population down in the Everglades, the pythons down there have been wiped out. A lot of the gators too down there. They're just so fucking big. But yeah, majority of the deer population has plummeted significantly ever since the pythons have been down in the Everglades.
As the woman stood there, looking over the horizon, something was happening. Something big was coming toward her.
The pythons, and I didn't know this either, the iguanas in Florida, they're invasive too. I didn't know the iguanas were the same thing, in the same situation the pythons are in. But obviously the pythons have been pretty much the apex predators down there.
Moving swiftly just beneath the surface of the water. Its rapid movements caused small rippling waves, but Gloria Surge was unaware.
And it seemed like the snakeheads too, those are fucking horrible.
Perhaps too caught up in her thoughts to notice. Trooper, the woman's small Shih Tzu, was equally unaware of the incoming danger. But
see, this is lady. Oh my god, I am so sorry, lady. But it's just look, pay it. Oh my god, you're also in Florida. Just pay attention to the water. There's no.
Something beneath the water surface was coming closer and closer by the second. And then, just as Gloria was making the first steps to leave the edge of the lake, a massive alligator burst out of the water and lunged for Trooper. Gloria Surge must have been terrified. As soon as the alligator shot out of the water, Trooper started moving erratically, desperate to get away from the huge reptile. The sudden movements and the fear
I'm sorry, right here, it's viewer discretion is advised.
Caused Gloria to fall down hard on the ground, but she wasted no time before acting. She had to save Trooper from those massive jaws. The woman managed to get the dog out of the alligator's way, but this came at a terrible price. The alligator turned its attention to her, and in an instant, it grabbed her by the leg and started to drag her toward the water. Meanwhile, 76-year-old Carol Thomas was alerted by the racket. She made her way toward the source of the agitated sounds just in time to witness the alligator attacking and dragging Gloria Surge beneath the surface. Carol Thomas was more than shocked, but despite the petrifying fear, she tried her best to help Gloria get out of the water. Carol Thomas quickly called 911 to let them know about the attack. "There's a woman in the lake. The alligators got her," she told the operator. While she was on the phone, she spotted Gloria resurface for a split second. Desperate to help, Carol encouraged Gloria to swim toward a paddle boat that was overturned in the lake and away from the animal, but it was no use. In a matter of seconds, Gloria was once again pulled beneath the surface. But Gloria Surge was nowhere to be seen. In her heart, Carol Thomas knew there's no way she could have gotten there sooner. Some 8 minutes into the call to 911, the woman was sure Gloria was now dead. "I think she's gone. Oh my God," she told the operator. She was right. And
voice record of the 911 call that I've heard of
an
it.
alligator trapper was sent to the
this
community as soon as authorities received Carol Thomas's call. The first attempts to bring the animal to the surface failed. The alligator was stubborn, and it wanted to live. Robert Lilly, the alligator trapper, later told reporters, "It was definitely a fight. We snagged..."
And he apparently got it, took it away, and then euthanized it later on.
Him on the bottom. He never surfaced. He stayed down the whole time. We were able to get a second hook in him and a hard line in him so we could get him up. Several people struggled to get the gator out of the lake. The animal was euthanized soon after it was captured. Gloria Surge's family refused to talk to the media. Carol Thomas, the woman who tried to save Gloria, told the press that she had the chance to speak to some of Gloria's friends in the community. "It's just..."
Hey, have a good night out there, loser. Good to see you again, my friend. Thanks for stopping by.
Horrible. Horrible. And her friends, I spoke to a couple of her friends yesterday who are devastated. The woman said,
"This is like the worst way to go out, too, is by an alligator. Or like an animal-wise."
Once again, Florida authorities had to warn residents about walking their pets near the ponds or lakes in the area. Predatory attacks can happen.
And they had to put a disclaimer out, like, everyone, watch out when you walk animals by the water. Just don't do it. I know how tempting it is, but you're in Florida. Just don't do it.
In a flash, and small animals are always a target for alligators.
Yeah.
Gloria Surge was the third alligator fatality
Or rule number one, just hate to be that guy. Don't have a small dog. Just saying.
Since July 2022. Despite this, authorities point out that the number of attacks in Florida is small. There had allegedly been only 26 fatal alligator attacks in Florida from 1948 to 2021. And according to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Florida has averaged 8 unprovoked bites per year that are serious enough to require professional medical treatment over the past 10 years. 3 more alligators have been removed from the neighborhood after Gloria Surge's death, although it is unclear whether these animals came from the same lake in which Surge died. But the lakes are connected, and gators can travel between them. Spanish Lakes Fairway's HOA president Jay Mandelker said this: "If you're walking by a lake, a pond, anywhere in Florida, understand this is Florida. There could be alligators. So do not walk against the edges of any pond or lake. Stay a safe distance away."
Pretty much what I just said. So, oh, excuse me. I mean, I'm just saying. You're in Florida. Alligators. Don't walk towards the water. Just saying. Hate to be that guy. But, had to do a Lauren thing there. Let's change it. And let's go over to MrBallen. Let's see. Well, which one should I play? Oh, yeah, I already played that one. Let's play this one. It's yeah. Had to do my butthead impression there. Yeah. It's top 3 places you can't go to, and people win anyways. Part 10. So yeah, let's get started.
I didn't think there.
Let's get started. Oh boy, settle down, MrBallen. Getting a little too loud. There you go.
There was anything more claustrophobia inducing and terrifying than being trapped in an underwater cave. That is, until I discovered today's top story. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and open up all of their cereal. But when you open the bags, make sure you tear them in such a way that you rip down the side of the bag, not along the intended seams at the top. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories.
Shout out to MrBallen again.
Daniel Dukes always seemed to have an issue with respecting boundaries. In 1996, when Daniel was 24 years old,
Yes! Kicking off the one that I wanted to hear from the beginning.
he became obsessed with this video game series called Ultima, which in the early days of PC gaming was this huge hit. It was this open world role-playing fantasy game. Daniel figured out where the creator of this game lived, and in the middle of the night in the spring of that year, he went to this guy's house and he knocked on the door. And when the
What a psychopath.
creator did not answer the door, Daniel's frustrated and he leaves, but comes back a couple hours later and proceeds to break a window, climb inside this guy's house. He goes upstairs and he goes into one of the bedrooms, where he crawls into one of the beds and falls asleep. The next morning, when the creator got up, he finds Daniel laying in one of his beds and he starts yelling at him to get out of his house.
The fuck?
And Daniel's totally unfazed and he just wants to sleep in this bed. And so the guy calls the police show up, and Daniel's still in bed. And so they haul him out and they arrest him. A year later, Daniel would be arrested again for trespassing, this time in Orlando, Florida at SeaWorld, where Daniel had, after hours, snuck into the manatee exhibit and was swimming around with the manatees because apparently he wanted to play with them. But despite his criminal history, Daniel was far from a hardened criminal. In fact, many people that knew him described him as a very gentle, pot-smoking hippie who just adored animals. In 1999, when Daniel was 27, he joined a small religious community of people that practiced Hare Krishna, which is a branch of Hinduism. They get their name from their chant, Hare Krishna, that devotees repeat over and over and over again. During his stay with this community, Daniel basically blew off all of his responsibilities. He didn't really practice the religion, he didn't help out around the temple. Instead, he spent virtually all of his time feeding the wild birds that came to roost inside of the temple's garden. And he kept this notebook where he
I don't care what anyone says about this, but if you keep any type of ape, like chimpanzee, yeah, people that keep chimps as pets, I don't trust you as a human being whatsoever. That's where I draw the line. If you have an ape as a pet, nope. People who keep chimps, that's like a fucking hair trigger about to go the fuck off on your ass.
diligently tracked who had come into the garden, which bird, and how much he had fed them, and what they looked like. Basically, all he cared about were these birds. After a month of living in
right
the
back
Hare
again.
Krishna
Nothing like a majestic Falcor stream without me peeing every like fucking couple minutes.
community, Daniel abruptly tells the other worshippers that he's going to be taking a vow of silence. And this really confused the others because Hare Krishna does not encourage its members to take vows of silence. This was something Daniel was just going to do on his own. And so right before he took his vow of silence, he also informed them that he would be leaving. So he takes his vow of silence, he packs his stuff up, and he leaves. After departing, Daniel committed a series of petty offenses through South Carolina, Washington, Texas, and then ultimately in Florida. One of his offenses in Florida was stealing a candy bar at a 7-Eleven. And in court, because of his vow of silence that he was still living up to, he had to write on a piece of paper that he denied the charge. But ultimately, he was sent to jail for 3 days. After his stint in this Florida jail, Daniel gets out and he decides he wants to go back to Orlando, Florida, and go to the SeaWorld where he had previously jumped into the manatee exhibit. And so he was going to go and presumably check out the manatees as well as some other animals. When he got to the park, he made his way over to the killer whale demonstration where some trainers were going to be swimming around in this enclosure with these massive killer whales. And witnesses said they remember seeing.
I highly recommend people. I haven't watched it yet, but I've been recommend it to me to watch. I think it's on Netflix. Blackfish. It's what it's called, and it's free on YouTube right now too. It's like a movie about like killer whales, like in captivity and stuff, and how like SeaWorld, excuse me, like they're like dosed with like Valium, muscle relaxers, like a bunch of shit. But another fun fact, in the wild, killer whales, no attacks, no kills on humans ever in the wild. Whereas captivity, that's a different story. But out in the wild, orcas, there's no documented attacks of orcas attacking humans in the wild.
Daniel in the stands watching the show.
Or any fatalities in the wild.
Being just totally transfixed and open-mouthed and fascinated with what he was looking at. But apparently Daniel's biggest reaction to any part in the show was when the trainers brought out Tilikum, the biggest killer whale ever held in captivity, measuring over 22 feet long and weighing over 12,000 pounds. Daniel was just totally taken with Tilikum. So that night, after the park shut down and everyone went home, Daniel came back, now wearing a bathing suit. He hops the fence and he sneaks back into SeaWorld the same way he did a couple years earlier when he snuck into the manatee exhibit. And somehow he managed to go through the park without being picked up on a camera. And he makes his way over to the killer whale enclosure. He hops the fence, he takes off his shirt, takes off his shoes. So he's just got his bathing suit on and he jumps into the massive pool with Tilikum. When Daniel jumped into the manatee exhibit, he had said he just wanted to play with the manatees. And so it's assumed that when he jumped in with Tilikum, he just wanted to play with Tilikum. And apparently Tilikum was really eager to play with Daniel because Tilikum quickly played with Daniel by biting his shorts and bringing him to the bottom of the pool and dragging him along the bottom until Daniel drowned. And then after he drowned, Tilikum basically thrashed him around, throwing him up and down, ripping on.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible how poorly dolphins and killer whales are kept in captivity. Like especially orcas, they don't belong in captivity at all. Like, and dolphins too. Like they're just too big for captivity. And like they're like where they're kept in is just so small too compared to where they are is like in the open ocean compared to a fucking box that you're in or like a cylinder that you're in, like a giant cylinder.
Off pieces of him until finally he draped Daniel's body on the bottom until Daniel drowned. Let's play with Daniel because Tilikum.
Well, orcas also like to play with their food too.
With Tilikum. And apparently Tilikum was really eager to play with Daniel because Tilikum quickly played with Daniel by biting his shorts and bringing him to the bottom of the pool and dragging him along the bottom until Daniel drowned. And then after he drowned, Tilikum basically thrashed him around, throwing him up and down, ripping off pieces of him, until finally he draped Daniel's body over his back, and that's where Tilikum kept him. The next day, when the staff showed up and made this discovery, they couldn't get Daniel's body away from Tilikum because Tilikum wanted to keep his toy. And so they had to use...
Yeah, it's like mine. My toy. Orcas like to play with their food, y'all.
...a special medical hoist.
Like, they'll launch seals like 100 feet up in the air with their fucking tails. Just to play with it.
...to lift Tilikum up into the air to recover Daniel's body. Daniel's death was ruled an accident as a result of his poor decision-making, and so as such, Tilikum was not punished. In 1910, miners drilling inside of the Nika Cave in Chihuahua, Mexico, punctured through the ground and discovered this flooded cavern. After pumping the water out and stepping inside of this cavern, they were amazed to see these massive gypsum crystals that had formed on the walls and the ceiling all over this cave. Although the crystals were beautiful, they were far less...
Oh yeah, you see it all the time with animals. Zoochosis. Like them pacing, or like especially bears, especially polar bears too, depends on where you're at. Polar bears and grizzly bears, they're the ones that I've seen a lot do the fucking pacing, a lot of shit. Same with the cats too. I've noticed that too, especially with the tigers. Tigers, if I remember, yeah, tigers are another one that I've seen like going back and forth, back and fucking forth, back and fucking forth.
Less valuable than what these miners were after, which was silver. So instead of trying to, mine out these crystals, they told the locals in the area that they had found this cave and that they really ought to come down here and protect it because it's this amazing natural wonder. And so for the next 100 years, the locals in Chihuahua, Mexico, basically kept this cave that they nicknamed the Cave of Swords under lock and key so that no one would go in there and destroy these amazing crystals. Fast forward to the year 2000, and two men are inside of this mine, not the Nika mine where the Cave of Swords is located, but a mine that was right up against it. And they're drilling down, and they're actually...
That's a SJB. He was wearing a human like a coat. like as a fashion statement, like, hey, look at what I got now. Like, hey.
At the same level of where the Cave of Swords is located, and they don't know it yet, but they're drilling underneath the Cave of Swords, and they eventually puncture into the rock, revealing this underground flooded cavern. Now, these two men are not tracking that this is right underneath the Cave of Swords, so they're not thinking there could be crystals inside of this flooded cavern. They're thinking there could be silver down there. So after pumping all the water out of this cavern, they crawl down inside, and it opens up into this massive cavern with these enormous crystals coming out of the ceiling, the walls, everywhere. And they are like 10 times, 15 times bigger than any of the biggest crystals inside of the Cave of Swords. These are literally the biggest crystals in the world, and this cavern looks like Superman's Fortress of Solitude. It's this unbelievable landscape. This new cave would be dubbed the Giant Crystal Cave, and like its counterpart, the Cave of Swords, it would be handed over to locals to protect. Now, you'd think people would be lining up like crazy to get inside either of these two caves to see these natural wonders. But the truth is, nobody wants to go inside of these caves because they're death traps. Even though both of these caves have had the water drained out of them, their humidity level is still 100%, which means if you're in there too long in either of these two caves, you run the risk of your lungs starting to fill with water, effectively drowning you. In fact, scientists speculate that it would take about 10 minutes for this to happen to you if you were inside one of these caves, assuming you were not wearing a special breathing device that was pumping dry air back into you. But even if you were wearing these special air tanks, the cave would still kill you in about an hour because the temperature exceeds 130 degrees Fahrenheit. And so if you combine the extreme heat with the humidity and the tight enclosed nature of an underground cave, you have a natural oven. that if you stay in there too long, it will cook you alive. So the only people that go inside of these caves are researchers that wear all the special equipment, and they only go inside for a couple of minutes at most. But in 2001, so 1 year after the discovery of the Big Crystal Cave, one of the workers who helped drain out the Big Crystal Cave decided, you know what? I want a crystal for myself. And so using his understanding of the mine and his access to this particular section of the mine, he made his way down.
This is going to go bad. This is going to go bad.
And got inside of the Big Crystal Cave. Now, the only special equipment he had was a saw, because he figured he could get in there and saw off a piece of one of these crystals and get out of there in just a couple of minutes, certainly well before anything bad would happen to him. So he gets inside, he identifies the crystal he wants, and he starts sawing off the bottom of this crystal. But it dislodges a huge chunk of the crystal that falls on him. Now, when it fell on him, that didn't kill him, but it pinned him inside of this cave. At this point, reality...
Hey, one of those weirdos. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night, my friend. Thanks for stopping by again.
He must have sunk in very quickly for this guy. He didn't
Can't wait to catch up on some more chipmunk calls from you.
tell anyone where he was going because what he was doing was illegal, and he knows that nobody checks inside of these caves to see if people are trapped or stuck, because they don't expect people to go into these caves, and they're off limits.
Oh, it sounds like Missouri. So, during the summer, it'll be like 100. It'll be like 100 degrees with like 90% humidity.
A couple of days later, researchers went down into
Fucking
Big
horrible.
Crystal Cave, and they discovered this guy still pinned underneath the big crystal he had cut from the ceiling. It was unclear whether he had died from drowning or from being cooked alive, but either way, he was deceased. To this day, Big
Jesus.
Crystal Cave and the Cave of Swords are strictly off limits to the public. On June 30th, 2002, an 18-year-old named Daniel Dick was on vacation with his mother and his two younger brothers in Hawaii. Daniel had just graduated from his high school in Los Angeles, where he was the student body president. He was known to invite all of his classmates over to his house.
Bro, keep coming out with those chipmunk stuff. I fucking love it. I'm not kidding. I fucking love it.
House all the time for dinners, and girls would call him all the time to try to get advice about their boyfriends. And Daniel also would befriend troubled teens in an attempt to kind of pick them up and get them back on the straight and narrow. When he and his family left for this vacation, he had been working part-time at a grocery store and was getting ready to attend California State University in the fall. That morning, Daniel went down to the beach where he planned on doing some swimming and maybe laying out in the sun for a little bit. And pretty quickly, he met 3 girls. And after about 30 minutes of chatting with them, he asked them if they wanted to climb over the fence and check out the blowhole. A blowhole is a fairly narrow hole that is situated on rocks right near where water is crashing. And this hole is usually formed by molten lava that has passed through underneath. And what happens is this hole is connected to a tunnel that feeds down and out into the water. So when the waves come in, they go through this tunnel and they get rocketed up this little opening, causing a massive geyser of water. Now, if you don't go near the blowhole, it's not dangerous at all. It's just a very cool natural phenomenon. The beach that Daniel and these girls were on was situated right near an infamously dangerous blowhole called the Halona Blowhole. The reason it was so dangerous is because the water it connected to through that tunnel was some of the most violent in all of Hawaii. So when those waves came barreling through the tunnel, it would shoot 30 plus feet in the air. And so to make sure everybody understood you're only allowed to watch the blowhole from a distance, they actually put up a fence all the way around it and put up signs saying, "Do not go any closer." To give you a sense of how powerful the water was that was churning through this tunnel, if you were standing on the other side of the fence watching the blowhole from a safe distance, you could feel the ground shaking as the waves would rumble through the tunnel and then explode out of the blowhole. According to Daniel's family and friends, he was not a reckless person, he was just a very adventurous person. And so something like this blowhole really piqued his interest, and he just couldn't handle being on the outside of the fence. He really wanted to get right up there and get a look at it. In fact, he told these girls he wanted to feel the power of the water hit him in the chest. That was his plan. The girls told him this was a bad idea, but he was insistent and he began walking over to the rocks where you could climb up and jump this fence. The girls went with him, but they stopped short of the fence. As Daniel made his way over to the rocks, he passed by a couple that was laying on the beach. He waved to them, he climbed up the rocks, he climbed over the fence, and he made his way over to the blowhole. And he timed it to where a wave had just come in and shot a geyser up, and then as soon as the water went down and there was a break, he walked over the edge of this hole that was not very far across, and he kind of arched himself over it so his chest was hovering right over where the water was going to come up.
Oh, God damn it.
And initially, a wave came through and the water shot up and it hit him in the chest and it kind of staggered him back for a minute. And at this point, the 3 girls and the couple that he had passed are now yelling for him to get away from the blowhole, that it's way too dangerous. But it was too late. He leaned back over the blowhole right as a massive wave came barreling through the tunnel. It rocketed up and it lifted him off the ground about 5 feet in the air, and it turned him upside down so his head is pointed down. And when he fell, he went directly into the blowhole. The couple and the 3 girls that saw this happen described his body position as being the perfect dive. And in order to actually get into the blowhole, you would need the perfect body position, because the opening is very narrow and it goes down 8 feet of just this narrow tube. And at the bottom of that, it opens up like the inside of a teapot. And inside of there is this just vicious churning water that connects to this underground tunnel that feeds out to the sea. And so when Daniel went head first down, his momentum, along with his perfect body position, forced himself down through that hole into that section that's kind of like the inside of a teapot. And once you're inside, there's no way to go back up again. The opening is too tight, and there's nothing to hold on to. You wouldn't have the ability to force yourself up through that hole again. So the only way out is through the underground tunnel that leads out to the sea. But there are constantly waves pounding their way up this tunnel into the section where Daniel had fallen into. And so realistically, anybody that tries to swim through this fairly long underground tunnel is only going to get so far before a wave forces them back or traps them in some way in this underground tunnel. As soon as Daniel went into the blowhole, the couple and the 3 girls immediately climbed up the rocks, hopped over the fence, and began looking into the tunnel, yelling for Daniel. And as they're sitting there yelling for him and yelling for people on the beach to call 911, they would feel the ground start to shake as another wave would come through the tunnel and erupt through the blowhole. And they know every time that happened, Daniel, if he was alive, he was completely submerged in water for 30 seconds or so every iteration that this blowhole erupted. By the time the
Jesus Christ.
police showed up, Daniel has been trapped inside of this blowhole for some time, and no one's heard him, no one's seen him, and so it's starting to look pretty grim. And the police would say it's nearly impossible for anybody to survive being inside of this blowhole, especially at high tide, which is when he went in. In fact, the police would say, we can't even send divers in there until low tide, because if we send someone in now, they're going to get killed inside of this blowhole. It's too violent inside of it.
Blowhole.
And so the best they could do was put a weighted line into the blowhole anchored on the outside, so that if by some miracle Daniel was still alive, he'd be able to grab this line and pull himself up. He probably would not be able to pull himself through the hole to safety, but at least he could keep himself out of the water until rescuers could get there the next day at low tide. But when low tide came the next day and divers went out to the water, they discovered Daniel's body. It was floating near the area where water actually gets sucked into the tunnel and out through the blowhole. During low tide, he must have been pulled back out through the tunnel out to sea. It's unclear how long Daniel was alive once he landed inside of the blowhole, or whether he ever attempted to actually swim through that tunnel out to sea, but at some point he did drown. Daniel's mother petitioned to have a metal grate put over the blowhole so that nobody else would fall in and meet the same fate as her son, but this proposal was met with criticism from the locals, who said the problem was not the blowhole. The problem was people not respecting the power of nature. And so while a fence still surrounds the Lona blowhole, telling people to stay back, the entrance to the blowhole is still uncovered. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments.
Wow. That kind of pissed me off, that one. The last one. What was that? Excuse me. Sorry about that. Let's go with next call. Jesus. Let's see. Another top 3 places you can't go and people win anyways. Well, here we go. And this is part 1. So, yeah. Let's go. Having a good time right now. This is fun. A lot of fun. There we go.
I think we all tend to believe that everywhere in the world is accessible if I just had the time, the money, or maybe both.
Damn it.
But today, I'm going to shatter that illusion and share with you a top 3 list of places you can't go, no matter how much time or money you may have. And for each of these locations, I'll share with you an instance of people going there anyways and what happened to them. Spoiler, it didn't end well. But before we get into today's top 3 list, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. If that's of interest to you, please throw the like button into the Devil's Kettle in Minnesota, and then subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories.
Devil's Kettle!
There is this tiny, lush, heavily forested, beautiful island 93 miles off the coast of Brazil that no matter how beautiful it looks, no one will go to this island. In fact, you're not allowed to go to it because the Brazilian Navy has forbid it. So the legend of this island really began in the early 1900s when a local fisherman was off the coast of the island and saw right on the edge of the forest were these beautiful banana trees with all these bananas that were ripe and ready to be picked. And he thought, I can easily pull my boat over to those rocks over there, hop out, grab some bananas and bring them home, no problem. That'll take me, 10 minutes to do. And so he pulls over by himself to get these bananas. He anchors his boat. He walks up the beach. He climbs up the tree and he starts hacking down some bananas. And while he's up there, he suddenly feels a sharp pain on his rib cage. And he falls out of the tree and he looks down and he's bleeding out of his rib cage because he can see it on his shirt. There's blood on his shirt. Was there a
Pouted in my blowhole.
branch that jabbed me in the side? Like, what was that? And he's alone. He's 93 miles from the mainland. And so in a panic, he ditches the bananas. He runs to his boat, gets it unanchored, and starts making his way back to the mainland.
Suck my blowhole. Sorry.
But on the trek back, he passes out in the boat. Later that day, another group of fishermen see this boat kind of drifting around near some rocks, and it looks like something's wrong, so they make their way over to it, and there's this fisherman who went to get the bananas, but he's lying on his back. He's clearly dead, and he's in a pool of his own blood. 20 years after this incident, there was a lighthouse keeper that was assigned to work on this island, and he brought his family with him. They were staying in the main house of the lighthouse, and it was going fine for the first couple of days they were there. But at some point, captains of vessels that would drive past this island and relied on that lighthouse noticed that the light wasn't on. And so they reported it to the mainland, and a search party was sent out to check on the lighthouse keeper and his family to make sure that they had all their supplies and that they were okay. When they get to the lighthouse, they find the entire family is dead in their bed. And the only clue they had were these puncture marks all over the bodies of these deceased lighthouse keepers and an open window. So what killed these people that went to this island? Technically, they died from a poison that literally melts your organs within 60 minutes of coming in contact with it. But that poison comes from a very famous venomous snake called the golden lancehead viper that only exists on this island. They exist nowhere else in the world. And so this island has been dubbed Snake Island. And since nobody goes to this island, the lancehead viper population has exploded. They are thriving on this island. In fact, researchers say that there's at least 3,000 of these venomous snakes that live on this island, and for every 1 square meter of the island, there is a snake, which means if you're on this island, you are always within 1 meter of something that can kill you. And these snakes aren't just on the ground either, because their primary food source are
They're in the trees, I believe.
birds, and so the snakes have begun to live in the trees and catch birds that land in the trees. Meaning, if you happen to be walking on this densely forested island, you'd be surrounded almost 360 degrees by these wickedly venomous snakes that if you are bit, you have 60 minutes to get the antidote. If you don't, you're doomed 100% of the time. Now,
Oh my God. So you have an hour to live. and more than likely, where this island is, you're not getting that antidote within an hour.
Nowadays, the only people that go to this island are the Navy, who replace the batteries in the lighthouse, which is now automated because it's too dangerous to be there. They go once a year to replace those batteries. Researchers occasionally go there, and you have poachers that go to try to catch some of these snakes because they're so rare. They can sell on the black market for 10 to 30,000 US dollars. But many of these poachers that manage to sneak onto the island just get bit by these vipers and die. So there you go.
Karma! Karma at its best, ladies and gentlemen.
Karma.
Oh, yeah, Reverie! Ah. Sorry, I am highly excited about Ramery. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. One of the deadliest crocodile attacks is from Ramery Island. If I remember correctly, 1,000 Japanese soldiers during 1945 went into the swamp of Ramery Island. 1,000 went into the swamps, and only 20 made it out. And they were all, and majority of the Japanese soldiers were eaten by saltwater crocodiles.
In early 1945, during World War II, the British decided they wanted to take back Ramery Island from the Japanese. Ramery Island is a fairly large, totally flat island off the coast of Burma that was a great staging location to fly air campaigns onto the mainland. So it was a great air base. And the British had actually owned this island, but the Japanese had taken it back from them in 1942. And so here they are in 1945 looking to take it back. So on January...
Honey badgers are another badass motherfuckers.
January 21st, 1945, British and Indian infantry stormed the beaches of Ramery to try to take it back. As soon as they land, they have all this naval artillery support just bombing the crap out of this airbase, and it was just a matter of time before they overwhelmed the remaining Japanese. But the Japanese do not want to surrender, and instead they give up the airbase that they were on, so the British take that back, and the remaining 1,000 Japanese soldiers started retreating to the opposite end of the island, to where there was a much larger battalion of Japanese soldiers that they could meet up with. But the only issue with this particular retreat was they would have to go through 10 miles of mangrove swamp where there's poisonous spiders and insects and deep mud, making it almost impossible to move. But they're determined and they head off into the swamp. But what the Japanese were not ready for is...
Another fun fact, I'm not sure, I didn't listen because I was off peeing again. I forgot what time frame when the Japanese took the island, but so you have to think, there's 1,000 Japanese soldiers on the island. So they pretty much wiped out, and even when the British were there. So basically, when the Japanese basically took it back from the British, and now the British are wanting it back, you have to think, as long as the Japanese have been there, they basically wiped out majority of all the mammals, and pretty much a lot of the population of animals that were on it, that were inhabited on the island, they pretty much wiped them out because they have to feed. Again, you have to feed 1,000 soldiers, so like every day. So yeah, they basically wiped out majority of the like animal population on the island, and there's thousands. There's like hundreds, close to thousands, of saltwater crocodiles that inhabit the island in the swamps, and so yeah, so when you have that on top of a war going on, you have very hungry crocodiles going on. And then, I don't think he told it yet, or I don't think he's said it, but there was what caused it all was a Japanese soldier that got shot or something like that, was wounded, and a soldier was carrying this guy on top of his shoulders, and pretty much that's what caused the massacre.
Is what Ramree Island is famous for. A creature that makes poisonous snakes and spiders.
Or I just spoke too soon before MrBallen had said anything.
And insects look like child's play, and they were walking directly into its den. The British troops decided we're not going to go chasing them into the swamp, and instead what they did is they set up boats blocking positions outside of the swamp. If any of the Japanese tried to escape, they would be there waiting. And so the only way the Japanese could get out of there would be to go to the absolute other end, 10 miles away, where their Japanese counterparts were. So that night, as the British are just kind of hanging out in their boats staring at the swamp, they start hearing screams coming from inside of this swamp, and it's Japanese soldiers. Then you hear gunfire, and then silence. And then it would start all over again, all over this huge swamp.
Just imagine, you're a fucking British soldier, and this happened within 20 and 48 there's a lot of stories. It's between 48 hour, it's about, about 48 to longer. About a couple more days longer.
Was just screams, gunfire, silence. Screams, gunfire, silence. And the British are watching this like, do we have troops in there? What's going on in there? What was going on in there is defined by the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest massacre of humans caused by animals. And not just any animal, saltwater crocodiles. These massive man-eating crocodiles can weigh up to 1,000 kilograms or 2,200 pounds. They can grow to be 7 meters in length or about 23 feet in length. And National Geographic has labeled these crocodiles as the most likely to eat a human of all animals.
Oh yeah, crocodiles will hunt humans regularly. Like they see humans as prey. They do not distinguish it from like anything else. They see us humans as fucking prey. Like they will vigorously hunt humans if that's their only source of food. Not even just for their only source of food, but like they will just go out like they don't distinguish us from anything else that they hunt.
And Ramree Island has the largest population of...
Whereas like sharks, like great whites and majority of other sharks, they mistaken identity us. Whereas crocodiles know what we are, but they will still hunt you. Like still hunt us. Like on a regular basis.
Saltwater crocodiles in the world, and they all lived inside of the swamp that the Japanese had gone into. A lot of them were bleeding from the battle they were in, and so they were literally alerting hundreds of saltwater crocodiles to their location. Saltwater crocodiles are notorious night hunters. So what probably happened is the Japanese got inside of this mangrove. The crocodiles were immediately aware of their presence, but they waited until nighttime before they started.
No, from what I've heard, like how I said beforehand, there was a Japanese soldier that got shot beforehand, and a soldier had to carry him on top of his shoulders. And then, so like, as he's following everyone, he's just obviously carrying someone. You're just going to get more tired, and then also digging under stuff. But then all of a sudden, he just sees everyone getting farther and farther away to where he can't see his comrades in front of him anymore, or can't even hear them. So it's basically him and the other like wounded guy on his shoulders, and they basically hear the swoop in the water, and then another swoop, like a splash or whatnot. And he looks around, and all of a sudden, the dude on his back started hooting, hollering, screaming. The fucking one of the saltwater crocodiles got a hold of him, and then, like literally missed him, and then, like got the guy on his back. And so that Japanese soldier basically left him because he was like, should I go after him? Or like, it's one of those you're like in that fucked up situation. So he went off to save himself basically because he knew like that guy was like a done deal. And then as he's running through the swamp, all of a sudden, like he heard more like splashes and stuff into the water and stuff. And then like at one point, the guy is like surrounded by basically saltwater crocodiles. He just sees glows of eyes everywhere. And then all of a sudden he's hooting, hollering, screaming. Then his platoon that is ahead of him heard all this hooting, hollering, screaming. They come back, and then they're assuming like the British are like in the fucking like sniping them from the trees and shit. And so they're up in the water, like looking up and stuff into the trees and stuff. And then all of a sudden, some of them are just this swoop under the water, swoop under the water, swoop. And basically, then everyone's hooting, hollering, screaming, and then it caused all the crocodiles to go into a frenzy.
Having a feeding frenzy. And over the course of the night, a number of Japanese soldiers had jumped out the sides of the swamp, exposing themselves to the British. And so about 20 of them were captured, and they...
No, they do not grow back. Once when the croc loses its teeth, they do not grow back. There you go. Someone got a 93 on their exam. Woohoo!
They said that
there you go, SJB.
They were completely surrounded by these crocodiles, that everywhere you looked, there were growling, huge crocodiles eating one person, and as soon as they were done, they would just charge after you and eat you. And at the end of their retreat, when the Japanese did get to the other side of the swamp, only 500 of the 1,000 made it out the other side. And so to this day, people stay far away from Ramree Island.
Yeah, it's between 500, but I've heard a lot of more stories of it being about 20 people coming out, but 500, still regardless, it's a lot. Oh my God, 500 to 20, it's still, I've heard the same thing too. 500 people came out only, and then I've also heard of 20 people only coming out. So it's like one of those, kind of conflicting, but it still happened. This story, like the Ramree Island, but it's just not really too confirmed on like roughly how many people. They know 1,000 Japanese went in, but it's just really conflicted on how many came out.
Because there are so many of these man-eating saltwater crocodiles that have no issue ripping you to shreds.
Say again? I am not going to attempt to say that whatsoever. Hopefully MrBallen can.
November 14th, 2018, John Chow hired 2 fishermen to take him out to this little island in the Indian Ocean. The fishermen were not excited about this.
Oh, God damn it, I know this story. Yeah.
Not only because it was illegal to take him out to the island.
Yeah, they wanted to go to this island that's prohibited off of India. I think it's like called West Senegal or East Senegal, something like that. Yeah, they're still one of the very few tribes that don't know we don't know anything about these people really a lot, but they're on this island, but they're extremely aggressive to visitors. And like they're one of the very few uncontacted like tribes in the world. Like I think they're like one of the only few that have no idea what's going on in the outside world or whatnot. They don't know what the fuck.
But because the last time some fishermen had gone to...
They're like still like in the in the tribal days type things.
this island, they had both died. But the fishermen needed the money, and so they went with John and they drove under the cover of darkness to this island, and they anchored a little ways offshore. The next morning when the sun came up, John asked the fishermen to take him in a little bit closer, but the fishermen refused. So John puts a kayak in the water and he begins paddling into this island. And as he gets close to the actual beach, he sees someone come out of the forest who has their face painted yellow, and they're screeching at the top of their lungs. And John yells out that he's not threatening them, he just wants to come ashore and talk to them. And then a wave of people with yellow painted faces come charging out of the woodline and start firing arrows in his direction.
There they are.
So John, in a panic, turns around and paddles right back out to the fishing boat. Later that day, John tries to make another attempt at landing on this island and communicating with the people that live there. So he takes his kayak and he goes down a little bit farther away from where those people had emerged from the tree line earlier in the day and shot him with arrows. He figured he was a little bit farther out of arrow range this way. He lands his kayak, he gets out, and the same group of people come out farther down the beach where they had been before. They see John. They all start looking at each other and they start screeching and running down the beach towards John. John stands there until they come all the way up to him. They don't shoot him with arrows, but they take his kayak, and they don't really know what to make of him. They're staring at him and they start speaking to each other in a language John doesn't understand. And then at some point, a child pulls his bow and arrow out and fires a bow directly at John. And he was holding a Bible, and he stopped the arrow with his Bible. And at that point, John is like, okay, I gotta go. And he jumps in the water, and without a kayak, has to swim a mile to get back to the fishing boat. The whole time, these people are firing arrows arbitrarily in his direction as he's swimming back out to the boat. And so the next day, on November 6th,
then I would just be like, fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Stop.
16th, he told the fishermen he wanted them to drop him off, and he would swim in, and he wanted them to leave and be completely out of sight. The fishermen
go fuck off.
Did not want to do this, but John reassured them that he was going to be just fine. He knew what he was doing, and so the fishermen drop him off and they leave. The next day, when the fishermen come back to collect John, they see these people with painted yellow faces out on the beach dragging his body by a rope. No one knows exactly what happened to John, how they killed him. There's lots of speculation about how it went down, but it's too dangerous for anyone to go back and retrieve his body, and so his body remains at North Sentinel Island. And how they killed him, there's lots of speculation about how it went down, but it's too dangerous for anyone to go back and retrieve his body, and so his body remains at North. Dangerous for anyone to go back and retrieve his body, and so his
I didn't mean to hit that.
body
Sorry.
remains at North Sentinel Island. The few hundred people that live on North Sentinel Island that were responsible
I'm sorry, I thought it was west, but yeah, it's North Sentinel Island.
for killing John Chow, they're referred to as the Sentinelese, and they are unbelievably primitive. They are completely cut off from the modern world. They live a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. They have no conception of agriculture. They haven't even discovered fire yet. They literally have to wait for lightning to strike and then run and collect the embers and try to keep the embers alive. Researchers believe that the Sentinelese are direct descendants from the earliest human ancestors that came out of Africa. And as much as we'd like to learn more about the Sentinelese, we probably won't, because they aggressively resist outside contact. They won't even let the other similarly primitive neighboring island tribes to come on their island. The Sentinelese want only Sentinelese on that island. No one else can be there. If you're not a Sentinelese and you try to go to their island, they'll just kill you. So let me know what you think of these three crazy locations.
This is so wild. Fuck. No, they're not cannibals either. That I'm aware of. They're not cannibals. Ellie. What could be? Again, we have no idea about these people. We don't have really any information about them. So it's possible they are. But, never know. Let's do one of my favorite apex reptiles. They're the only apex reptile in the world. The Komodo fucking dragon. There we go. We're gonna listen to a Komodo dragon attack. That left a park ranger. I don't know if they get it in good shape. These are another dinosaur. Until they bite you in the face again, Ellie.
He didn't dare move. Terror shot through his body like a lightning bolt. He was wearing soft leather sandals, and he knew that if he moved even a single toe, the beast would bite him.
Look at this. Look at those things. Oh my God. Look at these.
Beast would bite him.
Love it.
The islands of Indonesia are home to a great many wonders. From pristine beaches to volcanic lakes and intricate Buddhist temples. But be warned, here be dragons. Komodo dragons. Native to only a select number of islands in the Indonesian archipelago, Komodo dragons are the world's biggest lizard, reaching lengths of up to 3 meters, 10 feet, and weighing as much as 70 kilos, 150 pounds. They're basically dinosaurs that never went extinct.
Essentially.
When these beasts were first encountered by Dutch sailors in 1910, they sent back wild stories of a creature that could spit fire. Unfortunately, this was not quite true, but almost. For a long time, we believed that these lizards used bacteria in their mouths as a form of venom to bring down their prey. This is now being largely discredited, and zoologists have discovered that instead of using saliva as venom, they actually use, well, venom as...
No, I mean, yeah, well, I'm in Missouri, the state over. We had a pretty goddamn bad storm come by. It knocked the power out of my work for a split second, but came back on. And then city, an hour, about an hour, like a little more than an hour, about an hour and a half, I would say. North of me, in a smaller town, they got hit with golf ball size hail up there. And then yeah, we're doing pretty well. I thought, like, for a while, it turned pretty black here. So I was thinking we're about to get hit with a nader. Well, 'tis the season for tornado season, y'all. For us in the Midwest.
as venom.
I know Ellie, she, they got hit pretty good with a tornado down there.
Komodo dragons have two
Glad y'all are safe there, though.
glands at the base of their mouths, which produce an anticoagulant substance that causes their prey to keep on bleeding after a bite.
This is exactly like what, thinking that like his battery acid is his like bacteria or some type of like virus or something that he creates. So like when he bites you, that's like Komodo dragons, like after they bite you, like because of the bacteria and stuff that's in their mouths and stuff. Like after they just bite you, they just stalk you for a little bit because you're eventually gonna die. That's how I envision Lauren doing the same thing, but with battery acid.
This allows the lizard to track them as they gradually get weaker and weaker until eventually they bleed out and it's feeding time. But size and venom aren't the only thing that make these animals dangerous. These apex predators use a whole armory of weapons, from chainmail scales to massive claws, and even detachable teeth that get stuck in the flesh of their enemies to bring down animals often much larger than them, such as water buffalo. Fortunately, they don't seem to be that dangerous to humans. Over the last 40 years, since we started keeping record, there have been only a few dozen attacks and only 5 confirmed human deaths at the hands or...
I was gonna say, it's always blowhole season here in the Midwest. It's like God's way of giving us the blowhole.
Or should we say teeth of these man-eating dragons. One such attack happened on April 30th, 2009. An experienced ranger and citizen of the islands who will never be the same again. Day of the attack, April 30th, 2009. It happened on the island of Rinca, the largest island in the Komodo National Park. It's a landscape dominated by majestic wildlife and
majestic. Like the majestic Komodo dragon. Or like the majestic Falcor. Come swooping in.
Stunning scenery. Rolling savannas mixed with dense forests under a wide sky
It could just say majestic Falcor flew in.
Surrounded by mountain, and always the smell of the ocean is in the air. It should be paradise, but there are deadly dangers hidden in the long grass.
Paradise.
May always got up early in the morning. It was part of his job, and he liked to see the sunrise from his cabin home on a mountain in the middle of the island. This particular morning, he watched it color the sky, slowly bleeding into the horizon like a wounded animal. If May had been a superstitious man, he might have seen it as a bad omen of things to come. Perhaps he should have stayed at home that day. Walking through the thick undergrowth.
That's the majority of the bad predicaments you in. That's like always all predicaments you get in. It's like, God damn it, I wish I was home right now. Like you're in the middle of it. It's like, God damn it, I should have been home by now. Or I wish I was home right now. Oh God. Oh God.
His regular commute, he saw a higher concentration of dragons than usual. Normally, they were all further south at this time of year, but the rains had been bad for the past few years, and the water buffalo population was less than it should be. May suspected the dragons were growing hungry and creeping nearer to human villages because of the smells of cooking and livestock. It was a worry, but not a major one. May had been a ranger at the Komodo National Park for over 10 years, and he'd never seen a bad dragon attack. This was all about to change. Arriving at the ranger's headquarters, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The front door, which is a hard wooden door designed to keep dragons out, was wide open. It later became clear that the cleaner had forgotten to lock it the night before.
Oh, God
May
damn it.
entered with caution, holding his stick up like a weapon. He walked slowly around the room, looking in every corner.
No, Komodo dragons are fucking awesome animals. But good God. They're always on the move for something. They need to kill something.
The room was empty. With a sigh, he sat down at his desk, ready for another day of writing reports and dealing with tourists. A quiet, peaceful life. It was at that moment he heard the hissing. With a sinking sense of dread, he looked under the desk, and there was a huge dragon hurled into a ball. Its dark eyes were fixed on him, and its forked tongue tasted the air. May didn't dare move. Terror shot through his body like a lightning bolt. He was wearing soft leather sandals, and he knew that if he moved even a single toe, the beast would bite him. He tried to call for help softly, but nobody heard. There was only one other ranger on duty that morning, and he was outside fetching water from the well. May had no choice. He had to risk it. With all the courage he could muster, he stood up quickly and tried to run for the door. But his legs were tangled up with the chair, and his knees banged hard against the open drawers of the wooden desk. Suddenly, May felt a searing pain in his right foot. The 3-meter-long dragon had its massive jaws wrapped around his ankle, ready to rip and tear. May screamed for help and tried to hit the animal with his hands. It made...
Wow. Man, look at that. Got him there. Look at that. Wow. Fascinating.
May screamed for help and
Sorry, I'm like really fascinated with shit like this. I'm very
tried
sorry.
to hit the animal with
I'm not a fucking psycho or whatever like that. I'm just very fascinated like how animals like react to people and
hands.
stuff.
It made no difference. His fist may as well have been flies batting against the lizard's nose.
It's fucking
Luckily,
useless.
after a moment, May's training kicked in, and he pressed his other leg deep into the dragon's neck, pinning it under him, and he then leaned down and grabbed its mouth with both hands. After an incredible effort, he was able to wrench the dragon's jaws open and pull his bleeding leg from its reach. But as he did, the beast snapped down and caught one of his hands, ripping the flesh right off. More blood drenched the desk, and May backed into a corner, shouting and kicking at the animal, which was...
And plus you get to see Falcor there too. The never ending story. I think it might be for free on YouTube, Ellie. You might want to check it out. I could be wrong though. I know the last time I saw it on YouTube, it was for free. That was like not too long, like a month or a couple months ago. So try to look it up. It might be for free on YouTube, so you might be able to watch it.
Between him and the...
Shit, speaking of which, I might rewatch that. I used to watch that movie a lot when I was a kid. That's why I got Falcor from.
exit. By this point, the other ranger had heard the commotion and had come to...
I need to rewatch that movie because I haven't seen it since I was a kid, that movie. So I don't really remember much from the never-ending story.
to help, but there was another, bigger problem. Komodo dragons are supreme hunters with a sense of smell that can detect blood from over a kilometer away. In a matter of minutes,
Jesus.
the cabin was surrounded by 7 hungry dragons drawn by the scent of May's wounds. The other ranger was terrified, but he rushed in to help May, hitting the dragon on the nose repeatedly with his stick. He succeeded in driving it back under the desk. Then he led May limping to the door, only to find the yard full of dragons. If May had been alone, he would most likely have died. But the other ranger saved his life, swinging wildly with his stick and shouting at the top of his lungs. Eventually, others arrived and drove all the dragons back into the wilderness. May had lost a lot of blood, but they took him to Flores Island to get medicine, and from there flew him to Bali, where he spent a week being treated and had to spend 6 months in recovery before going back to work. Even today, his hand is so badly damaged that he can't write reports for long, and sometimes when he looks out at the majestic jungles of Rinca,
God damn it, stop saying majestic.
reports for long, and sometimes when he looks out at the majestic jungles of Rinca Island, he wonders if the dragon that bit him is still out there.
Well, yeah,
perhaps
it is.
circling the village, waiting for another
No, probably not circling the village, but it's certainly out there still.
chance to attack. How to be Komodo dragon
All right, that was it for that story. Well, if you want to know,
safe.
well, okay.
What to do if you feel threatened by a Komodo dragon. Don't
you
go
go.
alone. Dragons usually only hunt solitary animals, so pay for a guide, stay with the group, and don't get separated. Stay on the path. Dragons primarily hunt by ambushing their prey, so stay in well-lit areas and avoid dense bushes or shadowy obstacles, such as fallen logs. Keep your distance. Sometimes dragons will feel threatened by a human that gets too close or is too loud. Be respectful.
Oh, God damn it, look at
A
that thing
human
running
that
down the fucking
Gets
path.
too close or is too loud. Be respectful
Whoa, no
and keep at least 5 meters between you both at all times. Be aware of smell.
Was this guy like molesting. Well, I love weed too, but I don't. I'm sorry. I'll stroke.
5 meters between you both at all times. Be aware of.
I just happened to notice this. I was like, wait, what? Oh my God. Wherever this is, please. I can smell. I want to smell that weed from
Smell.
here.
Komodo
Oh,
dragons
yeah.
have an incredible
Oh.
sense of smell, so it's a good idea to avoid any strong perfumes or colognes. And if you're currently menstruating, it would be wise to stay away from dragons altogether, as even the slightest smell of blood can cause them to attack. If the Komodo dragon does attack, run in a zigzag pattern. Dragons aren't that fast, and you may be able to outrun them. They only run in straight lines, so zigzagging will confuse and distract them. If it bites, don't bother trying to hurt it with punches. Its armored skin is almost impenetrable. Instead, try to use a stick and aim for its eyes and nose. Try to use your hands to pry its jaws apart and get away. Finally, if you've been bitten, seek medical help immediately. While it's untrue that Komodo dragon saliva contains poisonous bacteria, it's still about as hygienic as a lion's jaws. You almost certainly need antibiotics.
See, well, there you go. Don't fuck around with the Komodo dragons, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of apes, I had a gorilla. Attack. Where was it? I had it on here. Ah, yeah. There we go.
This is a
Right. Off of the channel Fierce. Again. God damn it. I broke the fucking seal. So, like, I have to pee, like it's going out of fucking style. So I'm gonna let this play, and I'll be right back.
story of Bokito, a silverback gorilla that ended up seriously injuring
Sorry, it wasn't Harambe.
a woman who thought of Bokito, a silverback gorilla that ended up seriously injuring a woman who thought she and the great ape shared a special connection. In this video, we'll look at what happens when facts are disregarded and animals are underestimated, both by their handlers and those who claim to love them. Gorillas are the largest of the great apes that roam the earth. There are two species of gorillas, the western gorilla and the eastern gorilla, with 4 or 5 other subspecies. Their natural habitat is in Africa, where they live in troops led by one adult male, or silverback, several females, and their offspring. Silverbacks are always male gorillas that are older than 12 years old and have a patch of silver hair on their backs, a sign of maturity. Believe it or not, the huge animals share between 95 and 99% of their genetic code with humans. You can see it in their human-like hands, their small bright eyes, which are set into hairless faces. Even their facial expressions can sometimes surprisingly resemble ours. But make no mistake, they are still animals. Although gorillas are widely regarded as gentle animals who like their peace and quiet, they can
No, it's only when I drink like a lot of beer when this happens to me. I have to pee like fucking it's out of style.
easily get angry
It's
if they feel
horrible.
threatened.
I hate
And you
it.
don't want to anger these animals. They're far stronger than any human. Actually, the upper body strength of an adult gorilla is 6 times more powerful than that of an adult human. And even if their large muscles aren't enough to convince you to keep your distance, maybe their teeth will do the trick. The mighty animals have long, sharp
God damn, that fucking scares the shit out of me right there.
canines made to grind tough plant material and to fend off other male gorillas competing for dominance. Their bite force is incredibly strong, 1,300 psi, more than enough to chomp through layers of flesh and bone. On May 18, 2007, Bokito, the protagonist of this story, was 11 years old and already a silverback gorilla. The male western gorilla was born in captivity at a Berlin zoo. His mother abandoned him at birth, which means Boquito was actually hand-raised by human attendants. But in 2005, only a year and a half before the incident that would make Boquito infamous, the male gorilla had to be moved to another zoo in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. The reason for his change of scenery was simple. Boquito was simply too used to humans, and he didn't show the desired group behavior. In other words, his time as a pampered baby at the Berlin Zoo might have made Boquito more likely to interact with humans than with his fellow gorillas. In changing his habitat, specialists also hope to avoid the risk of inbreeding among their gorillas and increase Boquito's chances of leading a normal life. Once he got to Diergaarde Blijdorp Zoo in Rotterdam, Boquito seemed to fare well. He spent his days inside his enclosure in the great apes section of the zoo. The 11-year-old silverback was popular with visitors, but perhaps none of them were more fascinated with Boquito than 57-year-old Petronella Ivan de Horda. The woman and her husband would visit Boquito almost every day, sometimes more than 4 times a week. De Horda was convinced she and Boquito shared a special bond. It seemed to her that when she smiled,
God damn it, of course.
was convinced she and Boquito shared a special bond. It seemed to her that when she smiled at him, Boquito would smile back. The gorilla was her darling. In fact, their history went back to before the animal was moved to Rotterdam. The woman had pictures and videos of Boquito from when he was only 4 months old, a gorilla infant at the Berlin Zoo, and nothing could come between the two of them. Several days before the incident that left the woman injured at the hands and teeth of her beloved gorilla, a zoo caretaker warned the woman about her potentially dangerous behavior. The caretaker told her to stop trying to get close to Boquito and to cease looking him in the eye. To us humans, prolonged eye contact can be a display of trust, a simple gesture that shows emotional connection and mutual understanding. To most mammals, however, eye contact is a signal for dominance, a sign of aggression, a threat, an invitation to violence. Even pets tend to dislike it. So obviously, staring a silverback gorilla in the eye might not be the best idea. However, de Horda chose to ignore the warning, which ultimately proved to be a huge mistake. On May 18, 2007, the woman and her husband came back to the zoo. As you already know, they were frequent visitors of Boquito's. But that particular day wasn't great for visiting or staring at the gorilla. According to various sources, Boquito was unhappy. A bit earlier that day, visitors had seen kids throwing stones at the gorilla, which obviously made the animal irritable. Perhaps de Horda and her husband had no idea about the incident. They followed their usual pattern. They approached Boquito's enclosure and spent some time looking at him. As they made their way toward the Small Apes in Africa section, a loud splash filled the air, and then chaos ensued. Boquito had somehow escaped his enclosure. It was mind-boggling. Not only had the gorilla climbed over a tall wall, but he had also crossed a moat, somehow overcoming his natural lack of swimming skills. People rushed to take cover, hiding their wailing children away from the almost 400-pound ape. But it was also 100% clear that Boquito was only interested in Petronella de Horda. When he reached the woman, he grabbed her by the arm. The gorilla crushed de Horda's hand and broke her wrist and lower arm. But it was far from over. The silverback sat with his full weight on the woman, bared his long, sharp canines, and bit her several times. When de Horda first felt the powerful teeth sinking in her flesh, she was certain she was going to die. She didn't. Instead, Boquito dragged her around by her severely injured arm, making his way toward the zoo's restaurant, where several people had taken refuge. Blood covered Boquito's mouth. His fury didn't subside as he got into the restaurant. Instead, the silverback gorilla continued his rage fit, smashing windows, chairs, and tables. The rampage was put to an end when Boquito was finally sedated with a tranquilizer and placed back in his cage. In the following weeks after the accident, the case became the subject of wide media coverage, with people trying to find possible explanations for the silverback's behavior or even picking sides. Immediately after the attack, one zookeeper stated the gorilla may not have found Dehorda submissive enough when she sought eye contact with him. While the woman underwent at least 2 rounds of surgery, her husband told the media that he was certain Boquito had targeted his wife and accused the zoo of knowing the gorilla was an escape risk. According to Dehorda's husband, Boquito had escaped his enclosure before. Meanwhile, primatologists, biologists, and even philosophers were featured in the Dutch media. Some of them had unusual explanations about what had happened. According to them, it was love, not fury, that had determined the attack. They said Boquito was probably in love with the woman, and seeing her every day without being able to approach her made him
Welcome, Ellie.
frustrated and angry. The zoo's director dismissed these claims. He didn't fall in love with her because gorillas don't fall in love. This is a ridiculous and inappropriate translation of human behavior to ape, Toon Dorrestein told reporters. However, the man didn't rule out the possibility that Boquito had simply wanted to integrate Dehorda into his group, given the fact that she'd made a habit out of contacting the gorilla, making him respond to her and then leaving him every time. The director of Blijdorp Zoo also shared his belief that the German zoo where Boquito was born had been too lenient with the gorilla, and maybe he was right. Berlin zoo officials admitted that Boquito was even taken to a pizza parlor once when he was young. Blijdorp Zoo was also accused of endangering its visitors. As a response, safety measures have since been implemented. The ape enclosure has been modified with a one-way mirror so that Boquito can't see people directing their gaze at him. Boquito, now aged 26, still lives in Blijdorp Zoo in Rotterdam with his troop. He's fathered 10 offspring, the latest being born in 2022. The story of Boquito is a fascinating one that highlights the complex relationship between humans and animals. It raises important questions about our treatment of gorillas in captivity and the role that zoos play in conserving and protecting these incredible creatures. But what do you think caused this incident? Was it love, fury, or a mix of negligence and ignorance?
They said it right there. Negligence and ignorance. Right there. Nailed it. Let's see. Another one. And then probably gonna call it a night. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, wow. Got a couple left more in me, so. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Then that one. I wanted that one. That one. Let's go with. Let's go with this one. Old man makes a shocking confession, MrBallen.
In 2019, a 70-year-old man posted a lengthy confession to Reddit that quickly went viral. And if you make it to the end of today's video, you'll see why. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please deliver a strange, dark, or mysterious story to the like button, but in PDF format. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. On the advice of his longtime therapist, a 70-year-old man named Art began writing about what happened to him and his family 30 years earlier in 1989. His therapist only knew Art had lost a child and felt very guilty about it, but the conditions under which the child was lost was always very gray, even though Art had been his patient for years and the therapist had repeatedly tried to get more information. You know, was this a child that was lost in pregnancy? Was it a child that was born and died or ran away? Those details never emerged, and every time the therapist tried to dig in, Art would back
Exactly. Blowholes came out of nowhere, out of the left field.
off, close up, and he would not talk about it. And so finally, his therapist said, Art, you just need to find a way to talk about this stuff. If you're not going to talk about it with me, then perhaps you should write it all down in a private journal. It'll be a very cathartic experience, and it might help you get over that guilt you're feeling. So Art reluctantly agrees. He goes home, he gets out a piece of paper, and he begins writing all the details of everything that happened leading up to that day in 1989 and what actually happened on that day in 1989. And when he was done and he had a chance to look at what he had written, he didn't feel better. He felt worse. He felt more guilty. But that's because Art had a secret that the therapist didn't know about. And now that it was out on paper, Art suddenly felt like, you know what, before I die, I have to tell the world what me and my wife did. So in 2019, he took all of those notes that he had written down about what had happened and he posted it to Reddit. This is his confession story.
Oh boy.
Art's son was very, very troubled. Art would say, if you've seen the movie, We Need to Talk About Kevin, where a couple's son turns out to be a total psychopath, Art says that's a pretty good representation of what home life was like with our son. From the day Art's son was born in 1971, it was like something was off about him. Art and his wife Lisa had planned this pregnancy, and they were ecstatic when their baby boy was welcomed to the world, and they showered him with affection and love and did everything they possibly could to give him a warm, loving environment. But no matter what they did, it just seemed like he was always miserable.
Baby.
Their son cried constantly for the first 13 months of his life. Now, Art and Lisa understood that when you bring a baby home, there's a good chance they're going to cry. But his crying was so constant and he could not be calmed down that they grew concerned that this was more than just a colicky baby, that there could be some underlying issue. And so they brought their son to doctors and specialists, and they tried every treatment under the sun. They changed his diet, they changed his room, they sang him songs, they changed everything they could, but it never stopped. And so 13 months of
My parents would have gave me whiskey by then.
grinding, grating,
Like, you know, like a little, like Jack Daniels or Jameson or whatnot on your, like, hand here. Just rub it against your teeth. Like, or in your mouth or whatnot. And, just, and then...
no street time. Finally, in the 14th month of his life, he seemed to get over the incessant crying stage, and Art and Lisa were so relieved. It seemed like finally they could just be loving parents and not be so frustrated with their child all the time. But it seemed like now that he wasn't crying, he still was just totally unhappy. His body language and everything about him said, I'm not happy. Always. Art said that he never saw his son ever have a genuine, joyous smile. The only time he saw something resembling a smile was when his son would grin after causing someone pain or breaking a rule or in some way being bad. And then once his son started walking, all he wanted to do was just destroy everything in front of him. But again, Art and Lisa, they realized that this is all pretty typical child behavior, albeit maybe on the more extreme end of bad behavior, but it's still in the realm of normal child. And they're thinking that they are the reason this is happening. And so they're not blaming their son at this point. They're still doing everything they can to take care of him and love him to the best of their ability. When their son was about 2 years old, he learned how to take off his diaper. And he began sneaking around the house and emptying the contents of his diaper into corners of the house, underneath carpets, grinding it into the carpet, smearing it on the walls. But again, Art and Lisa are looking inward and saying, our child is only 2 years old. It can't be his fault he's acting this way. It's our fault for not finding a way to correct this behavior. But Art and Lisa started to drift away from that opinion when their son got a little bit older, got potty trained, and wasn't using diapers anymore, and still was going around the house and squatting down and going to the bathroom all over the house, making a mess at every possible chance he could. And not just when he was 4, 5, 6 years old. All the way up until he was 15 years old, he was doing.
Excuse me?
He was 4, 5, 6 years old. All the way up until he was 15 years old, he was doing this. And he stopped doing it in random corners, and he began only going into his parents' bedroom every chance he got, opening up the sheets, going inside, going to the bathroom, shutting it back up, and leaving. It got to the point where Art and Lisa literally could not stop their son from doing this. He was absolutely determined to do this. So anytime they were away, he would even sneak in the windows to do this. I mean, he was totally hell-bent on going to the bathroom in their bed. And so they had to start putting locks on the windows and the doors of their bedroom. But when they had finally secured that room to where he really couldn't get in anymore, he began going to the bathroom right outside their door and in the other beds in the house. And so they began investing in locks on all of the doors. They even replaced the doors themselves because they were too flimsy, and they thought there's a good chance he might kick these doors in to try to get them open. So they put these big, thick doors up all through their house and put these big locks with key locks all over the house to keep their son from going in and going to the bathroom all over their bed sheets. As their son grew older, he became more and more unmanageable, well beyond just going to the bathroom in different places. He became violent, and he would bite and kick and scratch and spit on anybody that came near him. He was like a wild animal. Before he was 9 years old, he had been kicked out of school 2 separate times. When they let him back in a third time, he apparently did something that was so bad that they effectively expelled him. A 9-year-old is getting expelled from school. So they had to enroll him at this other special school that would accept him with his history. But part of the deal with this school is you don't have any interaction with other students. He was considered too dangerous to be around other kids. So he was totally isolated at school, and it ultimately made him a lot worse. Once he was enrolled in this school, he became really violent at home. He would come home from school, and he would go right to the kitchen and get a knife out, and he would start threatening his parents, to the point where they had to lock all the drawers in the kitchen. Once all of the knives were under lock and key in Art's house, his son began stealing knives from the neighbor's house, smuggling them back into the house, and at night he would pull them out and try to stab Art. And on 2 different occasions, he was successful, and Art still has scars on his leg from it. And Art's son was not just attacking his parents. He was also turning on local animals that were helpless. He blinded one of the local dogs that was running around the area by just stabbing it in the eye one day. He went after one of the stray cats and he lit its tail on fire. And honestly, Art doesn't even know the other damages he had done to other animals or even other people. Even though Art and Lisa massively resented their son for how badly he treated them and how difficult he was making their lives, they recognized that this was a child that needed help. And so they tried everything they could to help him by enrolling him in that special school that ultimately
These are some good parents.
was isolating, but it was an attempt to try to help him, or bringing him to different therapists and psychologists and doctors, putting him on different medications and bringing him to meditation consultants. I mean, you name it, they tried everything they could to try to help this kid, but nothing worked. He only got angrier and got bigger and
Dick in a blowhole.
stronger and more aggressive and violent. He only got angrier and got bigger and stronger and more aggressive and violent. And eventually Art and Lisa are like, what do we do about this? What ultimately started happening over the following years is Art and Lisa became prisoners of their own home, that every time their son was around, they felt unsafe around him. He was such a wild card, and he had these crazy angry outbursts, and he was clearly prone to extreme violence. And so they began using those heavy doors and locks to lock themselves away from their son. It was the only way they felt safe. And so with that in mind, fast forward to 1988, when Art's son is now 16 years old, and Art and Lisa find out they're pregnant again. It was a surprise, and they were not happy about it. In fact, because of how badly it had gone with their son, they were really scared that another child was going to be just as bad, and they couldn't possibly go through this again. And so they decided that they weren't going to terminate, but if they noticed early on this child was a huge problem child, as horrible as they felt about it, they knew they would give it up for adoption. They simply couldn't do this again. This time they had a daughter, and she was normal. She was nothing like their son. She didn't come home and cry constantly. She smiled and laughed, and after a few months she was sleeping through the night, and she was hitting her milestones, and she just seemed happy, and she was easy. And it was around this time that Art and Lisa began to realize just how bad their son was. Seeing how wonderful their daughter was just amplified all of their son's atrocious behavior over the first 16 years of his life. And so Art and Lisa really began to look at their son as more of a lost cause. And they were less invested in going through the motions to try to find some way to help him when they knew it wasn't going to work. It had never worked. And he's only a couple years away from being 18, and he can go out on his own and figure it out for himself. And now, since they didn't really care as much about him, suddenly his behavior was intolerable. And anytime he acted up, they would never lay a hand on him, but they were not afraid to tell him to basically get the F out of here. We are not putting up with this. Leave. And so regularly, Art and Lisa would have these horrific screaming matches with their son until their son would basically run away in a rage and then come back hours later or even a couple days later. And Art said he began to look forward to fighting with his son because every time they fought, it meant his son would be gone for a little while afterwards and there would be a little bit of peace and calm inside the house. But at the same time, Art and Lisa were concerned one of these days he's going to come back in after one of these fights and he's going to kill us. So it went on like this for about a year until a rainy day in 1989 when their son was almost 18 and their daughter was almost 1 year old. Now the house they lived in was a single-story bungalow and their daughter's room was against a sidewall where there was a window leading to the outside. That morning, Art and Lisa had got into one of the worst screaming matches with their son they had ever had. And he left in a rage and they slammed and locked the door behind him. After a couple of hours, their son is still gone and they don't expect to see him anytime soon. And their daughter is starting to get fussy. She seems tired. And so they walk into her bedroom, they put her in her crib for a nap, and then Art and Lisa leave her room, shut the door behind them, and go sit down in the kitchen. A couple minutes later, they hear their daughter screaming at the top of her lungs. And Art and Lisa immediately recognize this is not an ordinary cry. This sounds like something is terribly wrong. They get up and sprint down the hall to her room, and they try the door handle, but it's locked. They run back out to the kitchen, they get the keys, they go back, they're fumbling with the keys, they finally open it up, and there in the back of the room, standing next to the crib, is their son. And he's holding a knife, and he's poking it into her face. And Art said he looked at his daughter, and he could see blood on her stomach and blood on her arm, and she's screaming, and so he thinks to himself, thank God she's still alive. And instinctively, Art starts running to try to put himself between his son and his daughter. But before he could even get there, his wife had moved much faster and she charged over and smashes her son's hand. The knife falls to the ground. She pushes him as hard as she possibly can and he goes slamming into the wall and falls on the ground. Art immediately reaches into the crib, picks his daughter up and runs to the other side of the room. And he kind of looks her over. She's crying, she's in pain, she's scared, but he can see the cuts on her are superficial. He turns back around and he can see his wife is standing there with her fist balled, standing in front of her son. Her son stands up and he's looking at her, no emotion on his face. Art would even say that it was like he was looking at an alien. This person wasn't human. How could they do this to their own sister, to a baby? And he stared at him and then he noticed his wife was moving towards her son like she was going to attack him. And this is where Art says he knew he was supposed to go over there and stop whatever was about to happen. But he didn't.
Good Lord. It's about to get real here.
He knew he was supposed to go over there and stop whatever was about to happen. But he didn't. And this is the part of the story where Art reveals his wife, she's this amazing boxer, and he knew that she could beat the living crap out of just about anybody. The son is so stunned by how quickly this has happened that he's not doing anything. He's not positioning himself to fight back or to even preemptively attack his mother. He's just kind of standing there looking at his mother with no expression on his face. And that's when Art's wife winds up and blasts him across the face, knocking his head back. And Art said immediately he could tell his nose was broken, blood squirts all over his face, and he falls to the ground. Until this moment, neither Lisa nor Art had ever laid a hand on their son. Even when he stabbed Art twice in the legs, they never physically struck their son. But this was different. Their son had crossed the line and he could never come back. And so even though Art knew if he doesn't step in, his wife is going to beat their son to death, even though he knew that was going to happen, he remembers thinking, good. He turns around and he leaves the room with his daughter. As Art cleans up his daughter and puts band-aids on each of the cuts that were inflicted on her, he hears in the other room his son is yelling and screaming at their mother saying, I'm going to kill you. And she is just ruthlessly punching, kicking, and smashing him. It is not slowing down at all. And Art remembers by the time he picked his daughter back up after putting all her band-aids on and she'd kind of calmed down, he still heard his wife punching, kicking, and smashing their son, who's now unconscious. Again, Art knows, if I don't go in there now, my unconscious son is getting his head kicked in by his mother. If I don't go in there now, he's gonna die, for sure. But Art wants that to happen, so he doesn't go in there. Instead, he just rocks his daughter until she falls asleep, and by the time she's snoring in his arms, his wife is still punching, kicking, and smashing their son, who hasn't made a sound in a long time. Art just sits down at the kitchen table, hoists his daughter onto his shoulder, and just listens for his wife to finish what she's doing. And finally it does go quiet in there, and his wife emerges from the room, and she's covered in blood. Her hands are swollen and red, and her chest is heaving like she's been running a race. She comes into the kitchen and sits down at the table next to Art and looks at him, and he looks back at her, and he just says, "Is he dead?" And she says, "I hope so." And he just goes, "Yeah, me too." Art and Lisa sat at the kitchen table for a long time. There was no sound coming from the room where their son was. And eventually Lisa starts crying and goes and takes a shower. At which point Art stands up and he goes into the bedroom where his son was. And this is when he can tell his son is actually still alive. He walks in and he can see his son still breathing, but he's covered in blood. He's got vomit on him. He's clearly wet his pants. His teeth have been knocked out. His whole face is
Pissed his pants.
in blood. He's got vomit on him. He's clearly wet his pants. His teeth have been knocked out. His whole face is bloodied and bruised and swollen. And he goes up to him and he thinks there's no way he's going to live through this. But Art has kind of an internal crisis because he wants him to die. He doesn't want him to live. And so that decision of should I call an ambulance or should I call police was a really difficult one to make because really neither served the purpose that he or his wife wanted. And so as he's standing there wondering what to do, he hears his wife come out of the shower. And so he leaves the room and he confers with his wife and they decide, we're not going to call the police. We're not going to call an ambulance. We're going to do nothing. And so right then and there, they walked around their house, they gathered up a couple things, and they headed downstairs into the basement where they had an in-law suite, which basically was a little apartment that they didn't really use, but it had everything they needed. And they moved down there and they locked the one door that led down there and they locked the side door as well. They figured if he lived, there would be enough food to get him through a few weeks upstairs. There's water up there, bedrooms, bathrooms. He had all of that. And at some point he would run out of food and he would have to leave. Or he would die upstairs and in a couple weeks they would go up and they would deal with it. Over the next week, they began to hear movement upstairs, which signaled to them he was alive, but he wasn't moving around much. It was just enough to know somebody was up there. They figured that, okay, he's probably laying down most of the time recovering. And so Art began going back to work. He would go out the side door, and every time he went outside and he was on the driveway, he was expecting his son to come out and attack him, but he never did. And his wife, Lisa, she stayed with their daughter 24/7, stayed in the house, and at no point did the son ever try to come downstairs and try to attack her or them at any point. Probably because he was afraid of his mother. About 3 weeks after the attack, they were in bed in the basement and they heard him going absolutely ballistic upstairs, screaming, punching walls, breaking things. And they decided, you know what, whatever he does up there, it's not worth going up there and confronting him. Let him do whatever he wants. And then the next day, it was totally quiet. And for the next couple of days, Art and Lisa would listen really intently to see if they could hear him moving around upstairs, but they couldn't. And so finally, Art and Lisa decide to go up into the main floor and see if he's up there. When they open the door, they find their entire upstairs has been absolutely wrecked. Every piece of furniture is ruined, every window's broken, there's glass all over the place, there's brown smears all over the walls. But their son isn't there. And so they figured that night when they heard him going crazy upstairs, he already knew he was going to leave. He just wanted to ruin their house before he did. Even though their son was gone, they had no idea if he was going to come back or not. And so for days and weeks and months, they lived in fear that their son was just going to show up one day and kill them. But he never did. And then 3 years after the incident, they moved and they weren't in contact with their son. They hadn't seen him. And so he had no idea where they were going and they have no way to contact him. So that was it. They just restarted somewhere else. Fast forward to 2019 when Art is making this Reddit post and he says, I haven't seen my son since 1989 and I don't want to see him again. And Art goes on to say that while he hopes his son was able to overcome his demons and live a normal life, he said if he wasn't able to do that, if he was out there still causing pain and misery to other people, Art says he hopes that whoever was on the receiving end of that finished the job and killed him. So that's going to do it, guys. I hope you enjoyed today's story. If you found the secret,
Jesus.
let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. What's the time?
Jesus. Let's do another one. Wow. So I would assume somewhere between, I don't think he even said, so I was assuming between 19 and 20 years old is when this kid was going like ballistic. Like, I would assume 18, 19 at the time. Let's see. Um, let's do. Let's do this one. Never swim in this Australian river by MrBallen.
Today's story is about a real-life nightmare that occurred on a thin stretch of black water in northern Australia. This particular story has inspired two fairly popular horror movies from 2007. They are Blackwater and Rogue. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 1 or 2 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button asks for a snack, offer to get them one, and then proceed to heat up a cup o' noodles in the microwave for about 77 minutes, and then serve it to them in a flimsy paper cup. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
Get a flimsy paper cup.
At 11:40 a.m. on December 21st, 2003, 3 young men who were longtime childhood friends hopped in a truck and began traveling south. They were 22-year-old Brett Mann and 19-year-olds Sean Blowers and Ashley McGuff. They lived in a coastal...
At least we got the blowers in here.
Brett Mann and 19-year-olds Sean Blowers and Ashley McGuff.
Sean Blowers.
They lived in a coastal city called Darwin, which is actually the capital of the Northern Territory in Australia. The Northern Territory, also known as the Top End, is located in the central north of the continent. It is 6 times larger than the UK, but has 280 times less people living in it. Specifically, the UK is home to roughly 70 million people, whereas the Top End is home to only 250,000 people, and half of them live in Darwin. There are many reasons why the Top End is so underpopulated, ranging from politics to poor infrastructure, but the most obvious reason that so few people choose to live in this part of Australia is because it is wildly rugged and dangerous. It is scorchingly hot year-round, and the weather in general is just unbelievably unpredictable and violent. And, as the old saying goes, all the animals there are trying to kill you and each other. But Brett, Sean, and Ashley had grown up in Darwin, and so they were accustomed to the hazards of living in the Top End, and so they weren't really concerned about them. What they were concerned with was finding things to do and not getting bored in the city. That particular day, in order to ward off boredom, the trio had decided they would head out to a salt flat that was located about 50 miles to the southwest of Darwin. It was this wide open plain that they could just race around on their quad bikes on. And so they loaded these quad bikes into their trailer, attached it to their truck, they hopped in their truck, and at 11:40 a.m. they started heading south out of Darwin. The first road they were on was this fairly desolate dirt road that wound around through the wilderness, and it passed by the iconic eucalyptus trees that are very well known in Australia. It passed by palm trees and giant termite mounds. And after driving on this dirt road for about 30 minutes, the trio passed by the Tumbling Waters Holiday Park, which is a vacation resort for adventurous families. And then beyond this park, there really was no more civilization. They were headed right into the outback of Australia. And so this was kind of like the last mark of civilization. And so the trio, they drive for another 30 minutes past the park. And at some point, all of the trees on either side of the road start getting more and more dense until they begin kind of encroaching over the road, as if it looks like you're driving directly through the heart of a jungle. jungle. And they would have recognized this change in scenery as meaning they were nearing the Finnis River, which was off to their right beyond all of the trees. So they couldn't see it, but they knew they were close. And the Finnis River was not a huge waterway. It was a 30-mile stretch that ran east to west through the top end. And what it was known for was being very brackish and dark. You could not see into this water more than maybe an inch or two. So it almost appeared black. And so the trio continued driving along through this kind of jungle atmosphere until the left side of the road began to thin out again. And then it eventually revealed the salt flats up to their left. And so at that point, the trio pulled off on the right side of the road where the vegetation was still very thick. And then the trio hopped out of the truck, they went around to their trailer, they dropped the gate, and one by one they pulled their quad bikes off, and then each of them hopped on and drove out onto the flats. That day, the flats were actually very muddy because it had recently rained really
MrBallen has long hair. Ellie.
Really heavy in that area. And so the trio spent just as much time racing each other on the flats as they did trying to drive close to each other and spray mud on each other. And so for hours, they were out there having a great time. And then at 4:30 p.m., they decided it was time to call it a day. And so they drove back over to the truck. They drove their quad bikes up onto the trailer. They locked it. And then they were about to get into the truck to head back home when one of them suggested, hey, let's head down to the water and rinse our clothes off and get all this mud off of us. Now, you need to understand, in the top end, the place you want to spend the least amount of time in is the water. People in the top end assume that in any natural water body that is not clearly designated as a swimming area has at least one animal lurking in it that will kill you. This is a literal precaution people in the top end take. And so this section of the Finnis River that these three friends were thinking about going and jumping into and washing off inside of, this was not a clearly designated swimming area, and so it should be avoided. But you need to remember, these three guys, they grew up in the top end. They were used to living in this kind of wild area, and they'd also come to the salt flats so many times over the years, and they had jumped into the Finnis River before to wash off and go swimming, and nothing had ever happened. And so really, the idea that the Finnis River could be dangerous to them, it didn't really cross their mind. They felt like, you know what, we've been there, done that. Nothing's going to happen to us. And so they left the truck and walked away from the salt flats into this mangrove forest that's only a couple of feet off the road and began walking towards this river. Normally, the trip from the road through the forest to the river bank, basically where the forest ended and you reach the river, it would take about 10 minutes. But after walking in this mangrove for maybe a minute, they were already standing in river water. It was only a couple of inches of this water, but it signaled to the guys that clearly the river is very swollen from all of the recent rains, enough so that it overflowed beyond its natural boundaries and it's flooded the mangrove forest. But the three guys, they look at each other and think, meh, what's the big deal? I'm sure we'll be fine. And so the guys continued moving on, but as the mangroves began to thin out, they began to slow down dramatically because the riverbanks on the edges of the Finnis River were very, very steep. If you were standing on dry land, if there was no flooding, and you were right on the edge of the Finnis River, if you took even one...
God damn, look how dark that water is. Yeah, now I see.
If there was no flooding and you were right on the edge of the Finnis River, if you took even 1 or 2 steps into the river, you would slip down under the water and the...
You haven't seen snow all year, SJB. Dweller. And I'm from St. Louis.
Water would be over your head. Now, as the...
I mean, if we had... Oh, okay. We haven't had significant amount of snow. We had snow here, but it was gone the next day.
These guys are walking, because the ground is flooded with this black, brackish water, they couldn't see the ground, and so they couldn't tell where the drop-off into the river was. And so they began to slow down, and then when all the trees were practically gone, they knew they were close, and then one of them actually slipped and kind of tumbled down the edge for a second, but he turned and he grabbed one of the roots of the mangrove tree and pulled himself back up. And then the other two, after seeing this, they walked over and stood next to him, and the trio just stood there looking out at this pitch black looking river that was very clearly moving faster than normal because of all this excess rain. But they kind of looked at each other and thought, you know what, it's not that big of a deal. You know, we'll hold on to the roots of these mangroves and lower ourselves over the embankment. We'll wash ourselves off, pull ourselves back up. No big deal. And so they each turned around and grabbed a root of one of the many mangrove trees that marked the edge of this forest. And while holding on, they would lower their lower half down past the embankment until they were submerged. They rubbed all the mud off of themselves, being very careful not to let go of the mangrove at any point. And then as they were about to finish up and pull themselves back up and get back to their truck, Brett loses his balance and somehow lets go of the mangrove root and slips down the steep embankment, and suddenly the current takes him away from his friends and out to the middle of this river, and before long he's getting pulled downstream. And so he yells out to Ashley and Sean, who had
it's 60 here at almost 2 a.m.
their backs turned to him. They turn around, they see their friend, and they instinctively leap into the river to try to go get him and help swim him back to the side. Now, all three of them were very competent swimmers, and so this was not a high panic situation. This was more like a inconvenience and maybe a little bit funny, and so that's why they leapt in no problem. They figured, worst case scenario is we'll drift somewhere down
It was so hot here today.
there and we'll get out and we'll walk our way back to our car. But as soon as Sean and Ashley were free floating in this river, they felt how strong this current was, and it was way stronger than they were anticipating. And so they actually started to get a little bit worried, and they looked up ahead of them, and Brett, who had been in the water for 10 or 15 seconds before they leapt in, he had already moved way farther downstream than them. And so they decided, you know what, we have to get out, but we need to get to Brett first. We all need to get out at the same place. And so they decide they're going to swim downstream, meet up with Brett, and then get the heck out of that river as fast as they possibly can. And so they yell out to Brett hey, we're coming to get you. And they start swimming as fast as they possibly can. And with the help of the current, they manage to get all the way up to Brett relatively quickly, maybe a couple of minutes. And when they reach him, Sean and Ashley go in front of Brett. And then the three of them, they stop actively swimming and they allow the current to just kind of carry them downstream. And as they're drifting, they begin scouting the left side of the river for a solid clump of mangrove trees they can swim into, because unless there's something to grab onto on the edge of this river, they can't pull themselves out. And so at this point, the trio is definitely uncomfortable being in the water because of how strong that current is, but they're confident they're going to find a viable landing spot and they're going to get out of here and it will be a great story. And so Sean is in the front, Ashley is right behind him, and then Brett is behind Ashley. And they're all about an arm's length away from each other. And they're drifting down this river for a couple of minutes. They're looking on the left side for a viable landing spot. And then all of a sudden, Ashley just yells out, hey, I see something in the water. We need to get out. Find the nearest tree. Get out, get out, get out. And so Sean, he starts panicking. He doesn't even turn around to see what's going on behind him. Adrenaline kicks in and he swims as fast as he possibly can to a tree that's popped out of the river. It's literally growing in the middle of the river. And so he swims up to this tree. He manages to climb up to the first fork of the tree, which is maybe 6 or 8 feet above the water. And as soon as he's up there, he turns around and looks down and he sees Ashley. He reaches down and he hoists Ashley up to the first fork with him. And then the pair turn around again to grab Brett, but Brett's not there. And so they look around, they're thinking, okay, did Brett not make it to the tree? Did the current pull him around? Is he at some other tree? They're yelling out for him, they're looking for him, but there's no Brett. And so they're talking to each other, Ashley and Sean. They're saying, hey, did he call out? Did you hear something? Did he give some indication about where he was going? And they're saying, no, I don't know where he is. And so they start climbing up the tree a little bit and trying to look down and up the river to see if maybe they can see him. And then all of a sudden, Sean notices something yellow flash beneath them in the water. And so he looks straight down and he sees this yellow thing down there. And so he nudges Ashley and he says, look. And so Ashley looks down, and as they're looking, they're about 10 feet off the water at this point. They see this yellow thing start rising up to the surface. Now, the water is so dark, they really can't tell what anything is unless it is at the surface. And so they're watching this yellow thing, and suddenly it comes out of the water, and they see it's Brett. He's got his yellow jacket on. That's what they saw. And Brett is in the mouth of a 13-foot-long saltwater crocodile. He is face down, and his left side is being held in this animal's mouth, and he's not moving.
Oh boy.
And so Sean and Ashley are so scared, they're just frozen. They're just staring at this monster that's in the water, that's holding their friend underwater, and they can't do anything about it. And for 2 minutes, they just stand there looking at this animal, wondering what's going to happen. And for those entire 2 minutes, the crocodile stared right back up at Ashley and Sean as if it was showing them what it was going to do to them once they got in the water. That I've done this to your friend, I'm getting you to as well. And so they're staring at this animal.
I swear to God, that's what legit what crocs do. to people.
Animal when suddenly it just kind of goes underneath the water back down into the black abyss, and it, along with Brett, just disappear. Ashley and Sean are so terrified that they can't even grieve for their friend. They can't feel sad for him. It's like they just go into survival mode, and without saying anything to each other, they just start climbing up this tree as fast and as far as they possibly can, and they only manage to get up maybe a couple more feet to 2 more branches. One's at about 10 or 12 feet off the water, and the other is at about 15 feet off the water. And so Sean makes it onto the lower branch, and then Ashley makes it onto the slightly higher branch. And then once they're situated on their branch and one arm is firmly wrapped around the trunk of the tree, they're able to kind of breathe for a second and take stock of their situation. And even though, of course, the elephant in the room here is that their friend was just eaten by a crocodile, but it's like they can't process that yet. Instead, they start talking about, okay, well, our families, they're going to recognize our absence, and they're going to tell the police, and the police are going to launch a search, and they're going to come find us. Both of them were confident, or they acted confident, that that was going to happen, but they also knew that there was no timeline for this. It could be hours or days until this actually happened. And so as these two teens are sitting on their branches, the reality of their situation really started to come crashing down on them, because yeah, they're safe in this
I see what you did there, SJB.
tree, but how long can they possibly stay in this tree for? I mean, eventually they're going to need to fall asleep. And if they fall asleep, are they going to fall out of the tree and land in the water with this crocodile? I mean, they just didn't know how this was going to turn out. And so as the two began comforting each other, reassuring each other that, oh no, it's going to be just fine. Someone's going to find us tonight or tomorrow. We'll be just fine. As they're doing that, Ashley suddenly stops talking to Sean and just looks straight down. And so Sean realizes what Ashley's doing, and he matches his gaze, and he looks straight down, and at the base of their tree, in that black water, is the 13-foot-long saltwater crocodile. It's back, and it no longer has Brett in its mouth. They have no idea where Brett is. He's just gone. Saltwater crocodiles are considered the most aggressive and dangerous crocodiles in the world. And they are one of only 2 crocodile species that will actively hunt humans when given a chance. And so these two teens are helpless in this tree. All they have is some separation from the black water and this animal down below. And so they just find themselves staring straight down at this crocodile. And in turn, this crocodile just stares right back up at them. It's very clearly waiting for them. It wants them to come out of the tree so it can eat them. And so the crocodile just continuously repositions itself all around the tree. It's just keeping the top of its head out of the water so its eyes can look up at them. And so the teens are just praying that at some point it will grow tired of them and will leave. And after several hours, right as the sun is about to set, this crocodile does seem to give up on them, and it drifts under the water and disappears. After a couple of minutes, Sean, who was on the slightly lower branch, decides he doesn't want to be any closer to the water than he needs to be, and he's going to climb up to Ashley's branch. And so he very carefully stands up on his branch. He makes sure he's got solid footing, and then he reaches up and he grabs a branch with his right hand, and he kind of tests it, and he feels like it's pretty sturdy. And then he puts all his weight on it and tries to reach for another branch when this one breaks. And as soon as that branch broke, Sean tumbled 10 feet into the water. And so he hits the water, he goes all the way under, he sinks a few feet under, and immediately he's turned around and he's trying to swim as fast as he can to the surface, and he's just expecting at any moment this crocodile is going to bite him. He gets to the surface and he looks around. It's a little bit dark, but he can immediately see his tree, and he realizes the current has pulled him away from his tree. And so in a panic, he starts swimming and kicking his legs as hard as he possibly can to get back to this tree. And he knows the whole time he's kicking his legs, he's just attracting the attention of this crocodile, but he's got nothing else he can do. He's got no other tree he can reasonably get to that will provide safety from this animal. And so with every ounce of energy he's got, he kicks and swims, and finally he manages to grab a root of this tree that his friend is still inside of, and he begins pulling himself with his lower half still submerged in the water. And so as he's dragging himself towards the trunk of this tree, he's just waiting for this crocodile to bite down on his legs. And finally he gets to to the trunk of the tree, and he's able to pull his body out of the water, and he clambers up to that original branch he was on. And then he and Ashley work to get him up to Ashley's branch. And as soon as he sits down next to Ashley and he's secure, they both look down, and just a little ways away from the tree, basically in the area where Sean had just landed in the water, they see with the little light that is left, this crocodile swimming right back over to the tree, and it camps out right underneath. Sean had gotten out just in time. When the sun finally did set about 10 or 15 minutes later, it became pitch black. There's no ambient light in this part of the world. There aren't any buildings or cities close enough to this area. And so it is truly pitch black. And so they could no longer see the crocodile down below. But they knew it was there because periodically they would hear it repositioning itself right underneath them. Also, because it was so dark, the two teens could not actually see each other. And so they began holding on to each other, and then anytime either of them moved, they would announce their movement to the other, just so they knew they had not fallen asleep and were not falling out of the tree to a horrible death. And so a few hours went by like this, where it was silence with the exception of the sounds of this crocodile repositioning itself periodically. A little after midnight, a huge storm rolled into this area, and it began absolutely downpouring, and the raindrops that were hitting the river were so loud that the teens could no longer hear the sound of this crocodile, and so they had no idea if it was still down below them or not. But every time lightning would strike, it would illuminate the sky for that flash of a second, and in that flash they would look down, and there would be the crocodile. After several hours of this super intense downpour, the two teens also started to become concerned that all this additional rain could raise the water level of the river all the way up high enough that this crocodile might be able to jump out and reach their legs. But because it was so dark, they couldn't actually see the top of the water. And so they had no way of knowing if the water levels were actually rising or not. And so they both kind of sucked their legs up onto this branch and tried to make themselves as small as they could while still remaining anchored to each other and also to the branch. And that's how they sat for the next several hours, just hoping they would survive the night. Finally, when the sun came up that following morning, the teens immediately noticed that the crocodile was still right below them, just lurking at the base of the tree waiting for them. And they also noticed the water level of the river had clearly come up quite a bit. And so if they weren't rescued soon, there was a good chance that another heavy rainstorm, that crocodile would be in range of them, and there was nowhere they could go. They were as high up as they could get. Not to mention the fact they were hypothermic, they were weak, they were tired, and if you fall asleep, you're going to fall in the water. And so the two teens, they knew they did not have much time left. Luckily, at 10 a.m. that morning, they heard the sound of a police officer who was out in the mangrove forest. It turned out their families had recognized their absence. They had called the police, and that morning a search had been launched. They had found their truck and then had been walking down the river yelling out to them, and then they finally did find them. Initially, when they located these two teens stuck in the tree, they called in a helicopter to hover over them and lower down a ladder that could climb back up. But when the helicopter got close to this tree, the rotor wash from the spinning blades, it practically blew the boys out of the tree, and this crocodile was still in the water. The rescuers could see it, the boys could still see it, and so there was this fear that the helicopter would literally send them into the water to their death. And so they had to abandon the helicopter approach. However, the blades of that helicopter did ultimately scare this crocodile, and the crocodile swam away. And so as soon as the helicopter was off station, they had a boat come in, and the boat got right underneath the two boys. They jumped down into it, and they were brought to safety. The two boys were brought to a hospital where doctors determined they were physically okay, but both of them were severely traumatized from what they had just been through. As for Brett, despite an exhaustive search of that river, they never found his body or any of his clothing or any belongings he had on him, and they never found the crocodile that killed him. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp.
Let's see. Let's do. I was thinking I was gonna get to a lot more today, but That's what we did. Yeah, let's do one more. And let's call it a night.
Today, I'm
Last one. It's MrBallen one again. Shout out. Fucking love this guy. Good night, SJB. Thanks for stopping by. I am not drinking Corona. Drinking Yingli. Flight. Good stuff.
going to share with you
Yeah, this is the last one of the night, and then I'm going to bed.
3 progressively more disturbing stories, and at the end of each of them, I'm going to share with you the picture that is famously associated with them. But before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please tar and feather the like button, and then subscribe to this channel, and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories.
Go.
In September 2006, 26-year-old Jodi Arias met 29-year-old Travis Alexander at a big business convention in Las Vegas. The two hit it off immediately, with Travis on the same day he met her inviting Jodi to be his guest at his company's formal dinner that night. After the dinner was over, Travis and Jodi stayed up all night chatting with each other, and the next day, Travis was telling his friends at this convention that he had, quote, found his wife. After the convention was over, Travis and Jodi would continue to see each other even...
You know what? I lied. After this,
No, it was
I have something else to play.
a long-distance relationship. Travis lived in Arizona and Jodi lived in California. But they would meet up and they would travel and take beautiful pictures and post to social media. It just seemed like they were a dream couple that were so happy together. While the couple's social media posts might have made it seem like they were this perfect couple, Travis's friends began to notice some very strange behavior by Jodi early on in their relationship. Jodi just seemed totally obsessed with Travis. She could not keep her hands off of him. Travis would be talking to his friends and Jodi would come up beside him and literally grab onto him and cling to him. And Travis would try to push her off of him, and she would just come right back and grab onto him. But it wasn't playful and jokey and funny. It was like she literally needed to be holding on to Travis. Jodi would get really upset anytime Travis was interacting with a female. Didn't matter their age or their relationship to Travis. It was like she just could not hack any other females in his life. She would follow Travis anytime he went to the bathroom, and she would put her ear to the door and try to eavesdrop in case there was somebody else in the bathroom that Travis
What a psychopath, yo.
could have been talking to. She began showing up to Travis's house totally unannounced at all hours. And one time when the house was locked and Travis wasn't even home, she snuck into the house through the doggy door. Initially, Travis's friends just thought it was weird behavior, but over time, they started to feel like Jodi might actually be dangerous. And so they sat him down one day and they kind of had like an intervention. And they said, hey, Travis, there is something off about Jodi. Her behavior is just totally weird, and it seems like she is just never going to let you go. I think you need to break this off.
Yes.
And just find a way to cut ties with this woman. As they're speaking to him, they hear something outside of the room they're in, which had all the doors closed. And Travis stands up, walks over, opens the door, and standing right there is Jodi. She was eavesdropping, and she was furious. And she looked in at all of them and gave them absolute death stares and stormed off. Shortly after this intervention, Travis takes his friend's advice and he does break it off with Jodi, and he kind of moves on with his life. Now remember, he lives in Arizona and Jodi lives in California, so you'd think it would be pretty easy to break up because you're never going to run into each other. And that's what Travis was kind of banking on, that he could get a fresh start and never see her again. But about 2 weeks after they broke up, Jodi moved to Arizona. Around the same time, Travis starts dating a new woman named Lisa, and almost immediately, Jody starts stalking Lisa, showing up at her house, tapping on her windows and running away. She starts slashing Travis's tires. I mean, she was a total menace. She was trying to break them up. But a few months after she arrived in Arizona, Jody ultimately packs up and heads back to California in April of 2008. And Travis, Lisa, his girlfriend, and all of Travis's friends are so relieved. They felt like now the breakup is final. 2 months after Jody leaves Arizona and goes back to California, Travis misses a really big business meeting. And at first, his friends are calling him and kind of giving him a hard time about missing this meeting, but he wasn't responding. And after a couple of days, his friends decided they needed to go do a welfare check and make sure he really was okay. They go to his house, they open it up, and immediately when they walk in, they see blood on the carpet, and they're calling out for Travis. Travis is nowhere to be found. They walk through the house and they discover in the bathroom Travis's body. He was dead and laying in the tub. They call the police, who come over and immediately suspect Jody Arias, who denies that she was ever there, that she had left, she was in Arizona, that she had nothing to do with this. But during the investigation, they find a camera inside of the washing machine inside of Travis's house. They were able to dry it off and extract the last few pictures that were taken on the camera. The first few pictures are of Jody herself. She's clearly inside of Travis's house. And then at some point she goes into the bathroom where Travis was. He's taking a shower. She takes this picture. And then immediately following this picture, she proceeds to stab Travis to death. In May of 2013, Jody Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in jail without parole. By September of 1985, the Nevado del Ruiz volcano in Colombia was starting to show signs of significant activity. The tremors had become so powerful that the citizens of a nearby town called Amero, that was home to 31,000 people, they started to become very concerned. If this thing were to go off, we're only 30 miles away, we'd be leveled. And unfortunately, just a couple of months later, on November 13th, 1985, the volcano would erupt. And it would create a massive mudslide that would just devastate Amero. The mud flow covered 85% of this town in heavy, thick sludge, destroyed buildings and bridges.
Wait, what?
Very concerned, if this thing were to go off, we're only 30 miles away, we'd be leveled. And unfortunately, just a couple of months later, on November 13th, 1985, the volcano would erupt. And it would create a massive mudslide that would just devastate Amero. The mud flow covered 85% of this town in heavy, thick sludge, destroyed buildings and bridges, and it killed 25,000 people. Remember, there's only 31,000 people in this village to begin with, so 80% of the population has been killed by this mudslide. Because of how big of a disaster this was, it took a while for the rescue efforts to mobilize, and so anybody that was on the fringe of being saved unfortunately perished because no one was there to rescue them in time. And then when rescue crews did get out and did start helping people, there just wasn't enough. There weren't enough people to help. And so hundreds of people that could have been saved were just trapped and no one could get to them in time. Photojournalist Frank Fournier arrived in Colombia 2 days after this eruption with the intent to photograph the ground rescue that was going on inside of Amero. When he actually arrived in Amero, he was really shocked to see just how completely destroyed this town was and how totally ineffective the rescue efforts were. It was just totally chaotic. It wasn't really clear who was helping who. There were people literally dying all over the place. It just seemed crazy that this was not being handled better. Amid this chaos, a farmer approached Frank and told him he needed to come over and try to help this girl who was trapped under a house. So he brings Frank over to this house that's been completely submerged in water and mud, and clinging to a branch is this 13-year-old girl named Omaira Sanchez that's been trapped up to her neck in water. She's pinned by something in the water. They didn't know what it was, but she's been there for 60 hours. When Frank arrived, he spoke to the other rescuers that were there trying to get her out, and they said that she's been in great spirits and she's been joking about how she doesn't want to be late for school. She's just been a really positive force and we really want to get her out, but it keeps raining, so the water keeps rising and she's already up to her neck and she's just trapped. We can't get her out. Shortly after Frank arrives, Omaira went from chipper and lively and kind of making light of everything to most likely realizing that she wasn't going to get out of the water. And so she began telling the rescue workers to let her be, to let her rest. And she propped herself over this branch and she just laid there, kind of allowing herself to pass away. Frank felt totally helpless. I mean, he's looking at this poor girl that's going to die unless they can get her out of the water, but no one seems to be able to do it. And it just seemed totally impossible that we can't just find a way to get her out. But it would turn out that her foot was pinned under a brick door, and her aunt, who had passed away and was trapped under the rubble, had grabbed her ankle and had died that way. So it was like a death grip on her ankle. And so, not knowing what to do, Frank just did what he knew how to do, which was take pictures. And he knelt down and he took this picture of Elmira. And very shortly after this picture was taken, she would pass away. This picture would win the 1986 World Press Photo of the Year. When it was published, it was so disturbing that this poor girl was not able to be rescued that it created an international backlash on Colombia's nearly non-existent rescue efforts. Ed Gein was always a little bit off. His classmates and his teachers recalled him being very shy.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that just made me laugh. Ed Gein.
Always a little bit off. Ed Gein was always a little bit off. His classmates and his teachers recalled him being very shy, but at the same time, having these strange mannerisms where all of a sudden he would burst out hysterically laughing. Usually it's something he had been muttering.
Like Majestic, just bursting out laughing in the middle of a fucking Ed Gein thing.
To himself in class. The school blamed Ed's mother for Ed's kind of odd behavior because Ed would admit that his mother punished him if he showed signs of having friends. So Ed's childhood was incredibly lonely and isolated. Ed's mother would confine he, along with his brother Henry, to their farm. He was basically never allowed to leave with the exception of school, and when he was at the farm, his mother would regularly read from the Bible and would tell Ed and his brother Henry that basically everybody else in the world is evil. We are the only pure ones, everyone is evil, and you should stay away from them. In 1944, when Ed was 38 years old, he and his brother Henry were burning away some marsh vegetation on their property. And at some point, the fire got out of control, and the fire department had to be called in. And after they put out the fire, Ed was okay, but they couldn't find Henry. He was just gone. That night, Henry's body was found face down in the marsh in that same area where the burn was going on. He had died of asphyxiation. At first, the fire was blamed, but then authorities discovered that Henry...
Yes, this is the guy that inspired Leatherface, Ellie.
had actually died before the fire started. And so all eyes turned to Ed, who was the only one with him at the time, but there was no hard evidence connecting Ed to Henry, and Ed said, I didn't do it. So Henry's death remained labeled an accident, even though basically everyone believed that Ed must have been the guy that strangled his brother to death before the fire was set. Shortly after his brother's death, Ed's mother also died, leaving Ed alone in this farmhouse. Ed began to make some modifications to the farmhouse, not to improve it or to make it bigger and better, but rather to board off all of the rooms in the house that his mother ever used. He basically made them time capsules. He didn't touch them, he just sealed them off. And so he confined himself to a single room in this farmhouse that he did not take care of. And so filth is just piling up everywhere. And so he just kind of lived in squalor in this one weird room. While living in seclusion, Ed became obsessed with cannibalism. He basically spent all his time reading about cannibalism inside of this tiny room in his boarded up farmhouse. And that's how he lived his life for the next 10 years. No one really ever saw him. Then in November of 1957, a local hardware store owner, her name was Bernice Warden, goes missing. When police show up at the store to have a look around, they find bloodstains all over the place, and they discover in the register that the last person to make a purchase inside of the store was Ed Gein. So they go to Ed Gein's house to interview him and see if he knows anything about Bernice Warden, and so they're bracing themselves for probably finding her body at Ed's house. But they were not prepared for what they actually found at his house. What they find would end up inspiring movies like Silence of the Lambs, Psycho, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Basically, inside of Ed's house was a whole bunch of human remains, but not in the way that you would imagine. Ed was taking human body parts and making things like kitchen utensils and bowls, and he was using skin to create seats and lampshades and bedposts. I mean, his whole house was like built of human bones and flesh. Bernice Warden's body was found as well, and she was kind of hung up as if she was next up to be made into some sort of kitchen utensil or chair or table. When questioned, Ed confessed to killing Bernice Worden, but as for the dozens of other bodies that were inside of the house, he claims they were from robbing graves, but no one really knew if that was true or not, and they weren't able to ever actually convict him for anything beyond the killing of Bernice Worden. As for his motive, he told investigators that what he really wanted to do, what he intended to do, was build what he called a woman suit that would resemble his mother, and it would allow him to, quote, crawl into his mother's skin. He was deemed unfit to stand trial, and he was sent to a mental hospital where he stayed until his death in 1984. Here is just a sampling of some of the things that Ed Gein made using human body parts. What is not pictured here are things like his lampshade, his seat, as well as his gloves and his belt. If you feel so inclined, you can Google those things. All right, that's gonna do it, guys. Let me know in the comments section what you thought of today.
And on that note, oh yeah, I was going to do one more call after this because one of my favorite channels, they must have been watching this for me, I think, to drop it at just this weird time. If so, that would be phenomenal. It's Final Affliction that I use a lot on this channel, and they just dropped a video 14 minutes ago. As I was starting this, they dropped it. So, I'm not saying anything, but, oh man. It was like perfect timing. Give me a second. That was something like Lauren would do, honestly. Like after his mom died.
Today's video.
All right. There you go. Came out 14 minutes ago. This is going to be a good one to end the night on by the title. Yeah. You saw that correctly. Pack of 8 great white sharks eat 2 boys alive. So.
Video is one of the rare occasions where great white sharks were documented hunting people in packs. A group of 8 man-eating sharks stalked and killed 2 young boys after they were swept out to sea.
This is my legit favorite channel, Final Affliction.
By the current, resulting in one of the most gruesome shark attacks in history. Hit that like button and subscribe right now. This is the terrifying
Speaking of which,
shark attack of Manuel Garcia and Carlos Diaz.
Do that for Final Affliction, y'all.
Welcome to Final Affliction. Great white sharks have been portrayed as the most ferocious and dangerous creatures in the ocean ever since the release of Jaws in 1975. But what if instead of one shark haunting the waters, 2 or even more were working together as a group? Sharks are much older than dinosaurs. Their ancestry dates back more than 400 million years, and they're one of evolution's greatest success stories. The torpedo shape of the great white is built for speeds up to 35 miles per hour, and there are teeth, 300 total in up to 7 rows. But more than its brawn, the great white shark has a tremendous brain that coordinates all the highly developed senses of the sufficient hunter. Its prey, including seals and dolphins, are very clever animals, and the shark has to have enough brains to outsmart them. Despite their reputation,
yeah, they're a lot smarter sharks are than what people think that they are.
As lone hunters, there is now significant Mexican research showing
My God, look at Deep Blue right here. Jesus fucking massive.
that great white sharks will cooperate with one another, hunting in groups and sharing the spoils. Scientists say research of Mexico's Guadalupe Island in the Pacific Ocean
Oh, damn, that's a giant great white.
shows great white sharks are
That wasn't Deep Blue, but that was a big great white. And good God, look at that mouth.
sociable and will sometimes work together to increase their chances of catching prey. A team of scientists from Florida International University created a social tag tracking device to put on the great white sharks. With a video camera and sensors detecting the shark's acceleration, depth, and direction, the device also has receivers to detect when other sharks are near them. The team then put devices on various male and female white sharks over a 4-year period. The data showed that instead of being lone hunters, sharks preferred to be in and hunt in groups of the same sex. However, their ways of hunting were unique. They would take turns patrolling smaller prey like seal colonies, but when it came to hunting larger prey, they would often hunt in groups, working together to take down its prey. Scientists proposed that white sharks would even share information on the location of the remains of large prey with other sharks, with research confirming that great whites tend to hunt smaller prey like seals individually. And with most attacks on humans being mistaken identity to that of a seal, it only makes sense that most shark attacks are the work of a single shark. Despite the overwhelming majority
God damn, what an asshole, great white.
that most shark attacks are the work
They just popped that entire raft, this great white. What an asshole.
mistaken identity to that of a seal.
Yeah, see, look at that. So, I mean, come on.
It only makes sense that most shark attacks are the work of a single shark. Despite the overwhelming majority of great white shark attacks on humans being the work of a lone attacker, the brutal attack in today's story is an example of a group of 8 great white sharks working together to hunt and kill 3 young boys. 16-year-old Raymond Perez and his 2 best friends, Manuel Garcia and Carlos Diaz from Rio Jaina, Dominican Republic, did everything together. They'd grown up together since babies, and the group of 3 were inseparable. On August 12, 1963, the 3 boys were enjoying the last bit of their summer vacation, swimming off the breakwater in the port of Rio Jaina. Breakwaters are designed primarily to protect ports from the rough seas. Commonly made out of rocks, they often enticed swimmers to walk along them or swim next to them while unaware of the dangers. Climbing on breakwaters often results in falling due to how slippery they become with the constant waves splashing over them. People who climb the breakwaters often cut their feet on mussels and other sea life that form on the rocks submerged in the water. The sea around the breakwater often forms riptides and strong currents that could drown unsuspecting swimmers. Or in the case of Raymond and his 2 friends, swimmers can be slammed up against the rocks of the breakwater, resulting in serious injury or worse. It was unusually hot on the fateful day the boys arrived at Port Rio Jaina. The thought of sitting on the breakwater and dipping their feet in the water was just too tempting for the boys to ignore. And so, within a few minutes, they found themselves climbing on the slippery rock wall of the breakwater. They'd been to this exact location several times before and witnessed massive waves crashing against the rocks. But on this beautiful day, the water was calm, and so they decided to jump in beside the wall. They took turns jumping off the breakwater into the sea, diving to the bottom and having fun cooling off in the water. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, dark clouds rolled in over the boys and the water started to become choppy and rough. Within a minute, fierce waves began to throw the boys against the wall of the breakwater before sweeping them back into the ocean, only to be thrown against the rocks again by the ever-increasing force of the water. As the boys were propelled onto the rocks, Carlos managed to grab onto the wall and escape, while Raymond and Manuel were yet again swept back into the sea by the currents. Carlos stood on the rocks, waiting for the waves to force his friends onto the wall again, where he could grab hold of them and help them to safety. However, as the water slammed down onto the rocks, it swept Carlos off his feet and into the water once again. His arm had a strange burning sensation, and upon checking it, he noticed his arm was severely cut open and bleeding from falling on the rocks. Manuel had also severely cut his upper right thigh upon being thrown onto the rocks by the waves, making it hard for him to swim and stay afloat in the rough waters. Miraculously, Raymond was able to latch onto the rocks on the wall and pull himself out of the water to safety. But the current swept his 2 friends hundreds of feet into the sea away from the shore. All Raymond could do was hang on to the rocks for dear life as the waves crashed down on top of him, watching as his 2 friends struggled to swim back to shore. They'd both been injured and were bleeding from their wounds received from being thrown by the sea against the breakwater. As they tried to swim back to shore, their movements were not smooth and continuous, and they became very desperate and fearful they might drown before making it back to shore. Little did they know that drowning was the least of their worries. As the two boys struggled to swim back to shore, Manuel felt something large bump against his hip bone right above the cut on his thigh. He immediately started thrashing around and trying to feel around for whatever just bumped him under the water. His heart sank in his chest as Carlos alerted him of several shark fins breaking the surface close by. Sharks can smell blood from hundreds of meters away in concentrations as low as 1 part per million, and the two boys were bleeding excessively from their wounds, alerting a pack of great white sharks to the area for an easy meal. Sharks also have an acute sense of hearing and are sensitive to low-frequency signals. They're able to track sounds and are particularly attracted to sounds made by wounded prey, especially the sound of thrashing in the water, the exact sound that Carlos and Manuel were making as they were desperately trying to swim back to the shore while injured. The boys began to hear Raymond yelling from the breakwater, warning them of the sharks, telling them to swim as fast as they could to the shore. All of the sudden, Manuel screams in fear as he feels another bump from under the water, this time with enough force to lift him partially out of the water. As Carlos swam over to Manuel to calm him down, suddenly Manuel was launched completely out of the water into the air. Still in midair, a second shark came torpedoing out of the water like a rocket, chomping Manuel's belly in its jaws before crashing down into the water beside Carlos. This was witnessed by several onlookers on the beach who immediately began looking for help. Carlos began to swim in fear as fast as he could towards the shore. The pain from his injuries was now seemingly gone, with all the adrenaline surging through his body. He could see several dorsal fins break the surface in the distance in front of him before dipping back down under the water, but he had no choice but to keep swimming towards the shore. One of the onlookers who witnessed Manuel's brutal death was the owner of a small boat at the port, who immediately rushed towards Carlos to save him from the sharks. As he got within 20 feet of Carlos, the jaws of the massive great white shark opened up from the side of Carlos and bit down on his right arm and shoulder and began shaking violently. Carlos let out screams of pain when seconds later another shark surfaced from his other side and clamped down on his left arm and head, muffling his screams before taking him beneath the water. All that remained when the boat finally arrived was a pool of red blood in the water. The rescue boat stayed idle, hoping that Carlos would resurface, allowing for another chance to save him, but he never did. Both Carlos and Manuel were tragically never seen again. No remains ever washed up on the shore, and it was apparent that the pack of sharks devoured every last bit of the two 16-year-old boys. Raymond was later recovered from the breakwall and made a full recovery, but this terrifying event prevented him from ever entering the waters in the
I couldn't imagine that being that old and then seeing your friends just. Yeah.
Dominican Republic ever again. Out of the 3 witnesses on the shore that day, as well as Manuel, there's been conflicting reports about the amount of sharks in the water and what happened during the attack that day. Some witnesses say that the boys had already drowned from their injuries before the sharks attacked them, while others distinctly remember seeing the 2 boys alive, desperately trying to escape. Also, the amount of sharks spotted in the water that day ranged from 5 to 8, and we'll never know exactly how many.
Regardless, that's a shit ton of a lot of sharks. And why is this guy so close to this tiger shark right now? Like seriously, dude, why? What the fuck? Well, this to show you too how. Look how big this tiger shark is. And look how shallow the water he's in. And this tiger shark is like swimming in it like it's nothing. Doesn't care. Anyways, that was it for me tonight, y'all. I had fun tonight. This was like, I had a lot of fun, honestly. I was really looking forward to this today. So I felt really good on the calls and everything. And, yeah. Had fun with you guys. I'm taking a break tomorrow, though. So yeah. Other than that, my Discord is in the. If you want to join my Discord server, it's there. Join it. Hit that like, subscribe if you want. We're on our way to 1,000, so let's do that, baby. I think I should be back also Sunday. So I'll keep you guys posted though. I don't know. I'll keep you guys posted though, as always. Other than that, I'm out, y'all. I'm going to bed. Peace. Rock on, y'all. I'm out.
Why do all the monsters come out at night? Why do we sleep when we want to hide? Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Another day, another headache in this hangover hotel. Getting used to the rhythm, yeah, I know this beat too well. Tunnel visions got me feeling like you're the only one I see, but I know what's missing while I'm swimming in my lonely luxury. I'm wondering why do all the monsters come out at night? Why do we sleep when we want to hide? Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Why am I a sucker for all your lies? Strung out like laundry on every line. Why do I come back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life?
I'm addicted to the way you hurt, the way you contradict me. I swear everything look worse at night. I think I'm overthinking. I don't care who I might hurt along the way. I'm fucking sinking into every word. I don't care if you're lying when I'm drinking. So tell me pretty lies, look me in my face. Tell me that you love me, even if it's fake. And you can leave me on and leave these questions in my sheets. I'm under it. I made my bed and I'm still wondering.
I'm wondering why do all the monsters come out at night? Why do we sleep where we want to hide? Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Why am I a sucker for all your lies? Strung out like laundry on every line. Why do I come back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Thinking about you, you're in my head. Even without you, I still feel dead. Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Dead. Thinking about you, you're in my head. Even without you, I still feel dead. Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life?